Good evening and welcome to our November Lithgow City Council meeting. Acknowledgement of country. Lithgow City Council acknowledges the Wiradjuri elders past and present of the Wiradjuri Nation, the original custodians of the land in which Lithgow's communities reside. The Council also extends our respects to our neighbouring nations. Declaration of webcasting. I inform all those in attendance at this meeting that the meeting is being webcast and that those in attendance should refrain from making any defamatory statements concerning any person, councillor or employee, and refrain from discussing those matters subject to closed council proceedings as indicated in clause 14.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice. All councillors are present tonight. No apologies. Declarations of interest this evening.
I've got a non-pecuniary declaration of interest in relation to item 9.5. I'm the current president of the Lithgow Workers' Wool Senior Rugby League side.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie.
Councillor Statham, I have a pecuniary interest in item 10.26. As I'm the Heritage Advisor for the foundations, I'll be leaving the room when that item is discussed.
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
Councillor Marnie needs to indicate if his interest is pecuniary, non-pecuniary, significant or insignificant.
Councillor Marnie, would you please indicate if it's significant or non-significant?
No, I don't believe it to be significant.
Pecuniary or non-pecuniary, please?
Non-pecuniary. And I won't be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Can I have somebody move that we accept the declarations of interest, please?
That way.
Councillor Goodwin, seconded Councillor Bryce. All those in favour say aye. Thank you. Confirmation of the minutes, please, of the ordinary meeting of Council in October. Somebody move that way, thank you.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. All those in favour say aye.
Madam Mayor, I wish to speak against the minutes.
Councillor Leslie.
I'm voting against the minutes since the mayoral minute moved at last month's council meeting is not on the October Council's published agenda. The minutes, therefore, are misleading.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Can I have a seconder for that, please?
No, it's just indicating.
All right, thank you. So can I have somebody move? You've moved, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Bryce. All those in favour say aye, apart from Councillor Leslie. Carried, thank you. On behalf of Lithgow City Council, I would like to express sincere sympathy and condolences to the families who have lost loved ones since the last council meeting. We have two amazing sports people in Lithgow that has been recognised over the last couple of weeks, and that is Brad DeLosa and with squash, David Palmer. They're both outstanding sports people and we're very proud to have them in our district and represent Lithgow. Also, the young hockey players have won their rounds overseas as well, I believe, this weekend. So congratulations to all those people. We feel very proud to have them in our town.
I'd like to mention something, if I could, please.
Certainly, Councillor Coleman.
I'd like to just mention Caitlin at the front desk. She went out beyond and above her service. She helped the St. Joseph School to achieve a great outcome in regards to the Crystal Theatre. She advocated for them and she provided extraordinary, exceptional service, and she should be congratulated for that.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
Could I say something as well?
Yes, Councillor O'Connor.
I want to speak about the motel in Willare Wing, the Black Gold, that won the highest honour in the state for business excellence, and congratulate him and the family. That's all, thanks.
Yes, thank you. We will congratulate Black Gold Motel for the last award they have won. It's outstanding. Thank you.
I'd like to make a short announcement. I just want to congratulate the organisers of the Steamwork at Portland's Foundation. I managed to sit through a meeting which is one of the most engaging meetings I've been in a long time, led by Tim Elderton, who spoke about the progress and the development of the solar train, the only running solar train in the world, as we understand. It's running in Byron Bay as a tourist train, soon to be extended into a new subdivision. And of course, that train where else would it have been developed? It was in Lithgow in State Mine Gully. That opened up a whole host of opportunities for both steam, train and solar train tourism and celebrating the history, but also the pathway forward and potentially moving into green hydrogen with freight train services. So I thought it was a terrific day, and well done to the organisers of it.
Thank you, Councillor Money. And last but not least, I've had meetings in the last week with the Premier, the Treasurer, Penny Sharp and David Littleproud. So we're doing as much as we can to help our transitioning economy. Public forum. Any person registered to speak during the public forum on matters included in the business paper and registered via the council website prior to 12 noon on the day of the meeting will have the opportunity to speak. There will be only 2 speakers for and against on each matter on the business paper. Public forum will be allocated half an hour in time in total, and each speaker having 3 minutes to speak. Speakers not registered for public forum will have an opportunity to speak on the matters on the business paper if time permits. Could we first of all tonight please have come forward Nathan Turner, Lake Lyle Access Changes. Thank you. We'll have Ray Smith, please, Community Consultant. Consultation. Alice Retty-Steele, the Opera. Would you like to come forward, please, Alice?
Thank you, Councillor Statham. I'd just like to speak on the opera that came to Lithgow on Friday the 3rd of November. We had the pleasure of attending the opera, which was called Rita, at the Union Theatre. And that presentation was produced by the Sydney Opera, which was an opportunity for my husband and I, Lee, and we're very grateful as that meant that we could experience a little bit of operatic culture in town without travelling to Bathurst or Sydney, which we both thoroughly enjoyed. I would just like to thank Council for the wonderful experience that we had, and hope that that there will be a continuation of this event happening into the future. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peter Evans, please.
Thank you. I'm Pete Evans. I'm from Portland. Just like to talk about the special rate variation. Originally, I was in favour of the variation, as it would mean that we'd receive better services. I'm a farmer and one of more than 250 farm businesses across the Shire, or 17% of all businesses, second only to the construction industry within Lithgow LGA. In the last 12 months, my rates have increased by 43%, from $1,592 to $2,284, excluding any waste charges. We don't get water, sewage, garbage collection. Actually, I don't think we get anything for our rates. About 10 years ago, I contacted Council asking for vehicle movements along the Portland Sunny Corner Road when I was lobbying for a bus to get to school. Off memory, there was about 700 vehicle movements per day along the Sunny Corner Road. That makes 5,000 vehicle movements per week. Portland Sunny Corner Road, like many of our other roads in our shires, are in a disgraceful situation, and for the most part, you're able to dodge potholes. However, there's one section of the road near Meadow Flat, near the Great Western Highway, that is in such disrepair that you are unable to dodge the potholes on either side of the road, requiring you to travel through that area at about 25 kilometres an hour. It's actually a 100 kilometre an hour zone. I've raised this with Council and councillors on a number of occasions and told that we are waiting on flood relief funding. In a report tabled to Council, I read that in the wake of these repairs, the repairs may be pushed into the next financial year, as that's when the funds will be coming. The roads have been like this for the last 12 months or more, and it's likely that they'll be having to wait like that for more than 18 months. 700 cars per day, 5,000 cars per week, 250 cars 250,000 car movements per year. So we'll be looking at 400,000, almost 500,000 car movements across this section of road before it's fixed. Having to travel over this area at 25 kilometres an hour is a disgrace. The report in council papers also says that there's an underspent operations budget, or will be an underspent operations budget by over $1 million this financial year, and a total underspend of the rate variation that was collected of a third, so about $2 million of that special rate variation that was so important to collect will be rolled over to next financial year. I note that it also mentions that they'll be saved for important projects next financial year. I'm a ratepayer, and quite an irate ratepayer, who thinks that, I'm not sure who in council thinks that not fixing an unavoidable pothole until more than 500,000 cars have driven over it is not important. I also raise the issues of weeds, St John's wort and Chilean needlegrass. I've spoken to Upper Macquarie County Council, and they advised me that Upper Macquarie County Council looking to spray roadsides every 3 years. Having some knowledge in weeds, it's not good enough.
Move an extension.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. All those in favour say aye. Carry on. Thank you, Mr Evans.
Chilean needlegrass is potentially one of the most devastating weeds that will come into our agricultural regions. There's Chilean needlegrass on the roadside next to possibly the largest stud in our area, and possibly the region. So once that Chilean needlegrass goes from the council roadside into the stud, it's very difficult to stop and extremely costly. So rather than being preventative, we're going to do it once every 3 years just to cover off on what we have to do rather than being proactive. I'm not sure that council actually care about agriculture. I'm a local business. I employed weed contractors, fencing contractors, earth moving. I buy my local vehicles here and I buy food here. It's time to support our local farming businesses rather than just those in town and focusing on what the townies want and what the townies need. I also mentioned the drought report that Councillor Marnie has put forward, and I also think that it's time that council look at drought rather than a disaster, invest some funds to try and do something to make it more resilient. Thank you.
Mr Evans, just for your information, when I was speaking to the Premier and the Treasurer last week, I've asked, almost begged them for a diesel rebate and a rebate for cartage. They've put $200 million into what I believe is Talkfest, but we are doing something about the drought. I do agree with you on Sunny Corner Road. It is very bad. What was the weed that I'd never heard of, please? The first weed you mentioned, please, Peter?
St John's wort.
No.
Chilean needlegrass. It's on the corner of Curly Dick Road and the Great Western Highway.
I know where it is. All right. Thank you. I didn't know what it was. Thank you very much, Mr Evans. Mr Greg Johnson, please. Rob White from the Lithgow Community Group.
My name is Rob White. I think most people know who I am now. I'm speaking on behalf of the concerned Lithgow Community Group and the Lake Lyell Facebook group. I must admit I'm a bit confused as to why it's necessary for me to be at council advocating for tourism at Lake Lyell. Lake Lyell is an asset that most councils would give their eye teeth for in their area. Allow me to quote you some statistics. I understand that Lake Lyell, during the peak holiday periods of 6 weeks, attracts around 2,000 people per day, swimming, camping, fishing, boating and so forth. As at the 30th of June 2022, the Australian Bureau of Statistics estimated the total population of Lithgow at 20,813. So what that means is that every day 10% of the total Lithgow population is matched by tourism going to Lake Lyell. How many local governments have a tourism magnet of that scale? If we look at Facebook, Lake Lyell Recreational Park has a following of 13,000 plus people. That is the equivalent of 2/3 of the entire Lithgow population following that. Lithgow Council's own Facebook page can only attract 5,900. So Lake Lyell Recreation Park attracts more than twice what the Lithgow Council attracts. If you consider how much money council has invested in the Seven Valleys tourism project, with signs, videos, tourism departments, etc., it has attracted a following of 9,900 on Facebook. So again, Lake Lyell, without all of this advertising, is attracting 30% more than what than what the Seven Valleys is producing. The list goes on, because Lake Lyell Camping and Fishing Group on Facebook has 2,100 followers. Lake Lyell Community Group, our group, has 1,850 followers. So basically I'm saying you don't need to employ Sydney research companies to come up with statistics that I can get in 15 minutes on the internet. So my question to council for this is, why does council choose to put obstacles in the path of tourism at Lake Lyell instead of going all out to try and promote such a golden asset? I would like to mention a few questionable actions of council that to me do not make sense. Number one, Lithgow Council has declined to renew the lease of the Lake Lyell Recreational Park, even though they have formally expressed the desire to take up the extension option as per the original agreement. In the last 11 years, this homegrown tourism group has been...
Leave an extension.
Thank you. Councillors, all those in favour say aye for an extension. Carried. Thank you.
In the last 11 years, this homegrown tourism group has been incredibly successful, as the statistics that I've indicated show. My question is, why does Lithgow Council not embrace a positive can-do attitude and support this group along with growing Lake Lyell tourism rather than adopting a negative roadblock attitude? The second point here, and more recently, the closing of the secondary accesses of Lake Lyell to visitors and locals alike. To me, this just does not make sense. If locals and visitors have been entering the lake via these entries for over 30 years without a problem that I'm aware of, then why has it suddenly become a problem of access now? The documentation that was sent around from Lithgow Council states, following a detailed risk analysis. Residents were notified with this on the 31st of October 2023, but it is our understanding that a safety audit was performed by New South Wales Surf Lifesaving on Friday the 3rd of November, which happens to be 4 days after the closures actually happened. My question, why has Council had to do a safety audit prepared after the decision to close the secondary accesses in the first place? Thirdly, Lithgow Council reopened the secondary gates on the 3rd of November, a day before the audit was done, citing inadequate community consultation as the reason. I am of the understanding that Lithgow Council has already met with Energy Australia and the Department of Primary Industries to come up with a solution for these closures. What happened to the community consultation? Where's the discussion as far as the community goes? We can only assume the community is not considered to be a key stakeholder. These type of actions by council, where you state one thing and do something completely different, does not inspire confidence in the community. From a public perspective, it certainly does not appear that the community is at the forefront of the council's decision making.
Thank you, Mr. White. Kylie Rowlandson, please. Kyle, sorry. Apologies.
Greetings. My name is Kyle Robinson. Recently I was conversing with a friend and was shown a video of what looked like an industrial grade detergent having been spilt into a river. In this video you could not see the water, only foam. This is an environmentally impactful occurrence I would refer to as a critical pollution event. After viewing this video, I naturally asked questions about the event, council's response, and other information regarding what is done to address such events. After this, I did a little research, and what was staggering was the lack of material. I repeat, it was a lack of material regarding response and damage mitigation that was staggering. Both during and after this conversation, I was made aware of several issues relating to pollution and pollution events that Lithgow faces. But Council appears to have nothing in place to address these things. Hence, I put together some ideas as to how to deal with these issues in the form of the proposals that I believe I requested that a printout would be given to you. I hope that has happened. The first issue relates to the overloading of the sewage pipe system with stormwater during heavy rainfall. This causes sewage to be spilled out onto the streets, and I imagine that unless this is dealt with, this could lead to an outbreak of cholera should this sewage find its way into drinking water. The second issue relates to pesticides used to kill termites primarily. They are currently making their way into local river ecosystems and are particularly deadly to our local marine life. Even a small amount can kill a great deal of marine life, as I understand it, and thus I believe measures need to be taken to mitigate the chance of such an impactful occurrence happening. The third issue relates to the seeming lack of response to such pollution events. There currently appears to be no procedure, design, or designated personnel or contracted professionals who are responsible for responding to and mitigating the impacts of critical pollution events, as I would call them, such as the detergent in the river or the sewage that I saw spilling onto the street in another video. I ask that you read, consider, and discuss the proposals I have put forward tonight, and make preliminary decisions as to what actions will be taken. Each proposal is less than 1 page and concisely details the issue, its impact, and my proposed solution. Thank you for your time. I trust that you will act appropriately.
Thank you, Carl. Mr. Martin O'Connell, please.
Thank you, Mayor Statham, councillors, council staff and the public for allowing me to say a few words. Look, it's a very exciting night for me personally to have the DCP up for vote. I was actually looking through the week and reflecting upon the journey, and believe it or not, it was actually 9 years to this week where I think I met you, Mayor Statham, in your office to discuss taking over the site from the former owners. And it's been a great journey that we've had with council to date. Obviously, it's been a long road. We've had the mine rehabilitation pathway that we had to fulfil first up, the gateway process with rezoning, and finally sort of manifesting to the DCP up tonight. So, look, I'd like to really personally thank Craig Butler for his leadership in this process. The approach we've taken to this project has been a place-led urban design, which is quite new and innovative. So I'd like to thank Craig, and Cedric's asked particularly to thank Sherilyn as well for her active involvement in this to date as well. You know, I think it's a very exciting region to be involved in. Looking at everything that's sort of happening and in planning in Lithgow, very few places around the state. There's so many exciting projects happening as what's happening here. So I hope the involvement to date in the last 9 years has shown my commitment to the region, and look, some pretty exciting steps forward. We're meeting with Green Star Communities now to look at progressing something pretty innovative into our delivery as well. So I really hope decisions fall our way tonight. Thank you for letting me say a few words.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Connell, could you please tell the audience what you're here tonight for what company? Because there's a lot of people that probably don't know.
For the Foundations Portland project.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
I missed the vital step in what I should have said. Thank you, Mayor Statham.
As there is no more people tonight registered for public forum.
I'd like to move a procedural motion, please, Mayor Statham.
Certainly.
I'd like to move that we move 10.2.6, the Foundations Development Control Plan, to the beginning of the agenda so it can be debated first.
I'm happy to second that. Sophie.
What page is that on? Page is that on this?
Page 44. You just want that item moved.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Thank you, Councillor Marnie. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Page 44. As councillors now, it's on page 44. You all right? Everyone got the page? Page 44, the Foundations Development Control Plan. Can I have a mover, please?
I'd like to move that,
Councillor
please.
McGee.
I'll second it.
I'll second it if I can get to move it.
No. I think Councillor McGee had his hand up first. Councillor Bryce second. All those in favour say aye. Thank you.
No, you need to debate it first.
Yeah, sorry.
Is that it?
Sorry, Councillor McGee moved that. Councillor Bryce seconded it. Councillor McGee, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, certainly. I'm glad it's been brought forward. It's just been fantastic ever since I've been involved in it with this operation in the last 5 years. Since I met Martin O'Connell and Cedric and been working with Rich Evans and you know, it's just a fantastic team out there, a very optimistic team and one that sees far into the future for not only Portland but for the entire LGA. And I think that the growth involved with this is just fantastic. And to hear Martin's so enthusiastic and happy with the way that things have evolved, I think it just goes to show just how communication does work, you know, with our planning department and overcoming obstacles. The results will speak for themselves. So I congratulate all involved at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Bryce?
It's a great report. Congratulations to the staff to get this to this meeting and to Portland Foundations. Great work, great report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Coleman?
Thank you, Mayor Statham. The reason I brought it forward was that full credit goes to, yes, the staff of the report, but also to Mr O'Connell. This is a great project for Portland, and I wanted to highlight a few things in the report. So the DCP provides for a target of 350 dwellings between 6 stages of development. You know, that's really important for our local government area. What I like is the fact that the residential lots are going to be of different styles and sizes, and it's really going to take Portland to a whole new level. You know, the general community supports the foundation. There wouldn't be a bad word said about the company, about the staff that work there. The community in whole really has embraced the foundations. I live in Portland. I think it's a great opportunity. It's really going to take, yes, the local government area into a whole another level, and it's really exciting to see.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Any other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor O'Connell?
Yes, it's a very good plan for Portland and it's going to put the town on the map. So the quicker they can get into it, the better.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes,
Councillor Marnie?
whilst I haven't had an operational involvement in the foundations, I have watched closely and keenly both within the grounds and from without. Something that struck me is I'd like to see a development which looks at livability, it looks at housing, the changing typology. I think is really great to see these options coming forward, different size housing options, and then in turn that gives some room to look at different housing affordability brackets. So also like the fact that there's this concept around place-led design I'm particularly supportive of. I like the fact that we're seeing the integration with public open space, and that we're inviting the rest of Portland into this subdivision so it doesn't end up as an isolated dead-end cul-de-sac situation, which often is the cookie-cutter subdivision that I see being played out over and over again. So you can clearly see that there's some a great deal of thinking that's gone into it. And also I love the community capacity building that's been going on from the foundation's site over many years. And the fact that it hosted the steamwork was a particular interest to me, seeing a whole lot of innovative thinking and challenging for both me as a councillor and as a person how we can go forward with different ideas. So I'm very pleased to support this, and I wish everyone well on their pathway from here.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Leslie?
Thank you, Mayor Statham. At the cocktail party the other week at the foundations, I had a very informative chat with Martin, which I was very pleased to do, and I congratulated him on the preservation of those houses on Williwaw Street. Anyone who's lived in Balmain would just know that those houses would sell for $1 million. Well, of course, in Portland, it's not going to do that. But they preserved them, they saved them. There was some community opposition to this, and it would have been an expensive operation to do. It clearly would have been cheaper to pull them down, but they didn't do it. They showed faith in the development, in their own development, and it adds to the housing stock which we also discussed with Martin. The variations in housing, the opportunity for people of different socioeconomic backgrounds to buy into that development, and therefore keep the sort of the working class culture of Portland alive. It's so important that we don't become a ghetto of houses that have 3-car garages. It's so important that we become a cosmopolitan and broad-based community, and I congratulate the development on that. I certainly will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Any other speakers? Councillor Goodwin?
Yes, Mayor Statham, I'd just like to say that these DCPs are timely and costly for the developer. It's good to see that they have had good communications with council right the way through to get it all done, and both council and the foundations have come to a good agreement, and everyone's happy with the DCP. So if that happens, I'm happy with the DCP as well.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Right of reply, Councillor McGee.
Yes, I just think that the whole thing is going to be an eye-opener for all involved. You know, the whole community is going to just get a lot from this. Environmental advancements that are going to be used will just really be enlightening for the entire area. So I can remember being in one meeting where some of the things discussed for the buildings were just, out of this world. So I think it's going to be just educational for all involved, and certainly leading the way for the LGA, which is just fantastic news.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. We'll now return back to page 6. Oh, I'll put the motion, sorry. All those in favour say aye. Yes, certainly. And I'll call a division on this, please. All the councillors, so Councillor Bryce, Goodwin, O'Connor, Marnie, McGee, Leslie, Coleman and Statham. Carried, thank you. And if somebody could please get Councillor Ring to come into the chambers again, thank you. Sorry, we're about half an hour. Right, okay. Might be a bit early to ask them yet. We're dealing with 9.9, thank you. Notice of motion, Councillor Stuart McGee, commemorations and announcements at council meetings. Councillor McGee, do I have a seconder? Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor McGee.
Yes, I just think that it was something that we had in train at the beginning of our term in council, and it sort of seems to have digressed to an all-in again. And I just think that in the interest of streamlining the council meeting, for those at home as well, because more sort of preface can be given for people who are not familiar with all of the things being announced, can be given. And I just think that it would just streamline the meeting and make it more professional.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Bryce. Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Statham. Mayor Statham, I think this motion makes sense. The Mayor can announce the councillor member who wishes to commemorate so they can get their name on the record, because that's pretty important when they do this. This will streamline the commentary and get on the and get it on the record. This will also allow the meeting proper to commence a lot faster.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Anyone else wishing to speak? No right of reply, Councillor McGee, or would you like a right of reply? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
And I'll have my name recorded as voting against.
I'll just do a division, Councillor Leslie. All those for the motion, Councillor Bryce, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor O'Connor, Councillor McGee, Councillor Statham. Against? Councillor Coleman, Councillor Ring, Councillor Leslie and Councillor Marnie. Carried, thank you. 9.2, notice of motion, Councillor Steve Ring, Lithgow Halloween review. Would you like to move that, Councillor Ring?
Yes, I'd like to move that.
Have a
I'm happy
seconder,
to
thank you.
second.
Can I have a seconder, thank you?
Happy to second.
Councillor Marnie, thank you. Councillor Ring.
Okay. I was a little bit disappointed when I read the management commentary. When I had submitted this notice of motion, there was more than adequate time for the administration to speak to me about what they were doing. In fact, I have found that there are a number of other councils where it's policy that when councillors put in notices of motion, they're referred to the relevant directors. The directors can actually talk to the councillors to enhance or improve notices of motion. So I was a bit disappointed. I mean, it would actually make, if we went down that path, make council run a lot smoother, but that's something I may bring back next year as a notice of motion. I would like to add an additional point to this, if I may. Point 3 is that the report includes an assessment and review of security and first aid treatment at Halloween. What I am proposing is not inconsistent with the report that management have indicated they'll be bringing back to council, but I am aware and I am concerned. Look, that I didn't make it into Halloween. I'd hurt my foot. I wasn't able to walk that far, and I believe there was some reasonable success with it, and there were some issues. That'll come out in the debrief. But on Sunday, I was sent video of an incident that occurred outside of Westfund at Halloween, where a young person was king hit. It is a police matter. It was referred to the police. That individual went to the first aid station, was told, "You'll be fine, go home." Next day, they were at Lithgow Hospital. Halloween, regardless of how I voted at the last meeting, is an important event in this community. It needs to be safe. One of the things that I value about Halloween is that it provides a very safe environment for children who wish to participate to get sweets from the shops. But it has to be safe, and we need to know if there are problems and how to mitigate those problems moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie.
Just a quick comment. I agree with the principles of what Councillor Ring's bringing forward. Obviously, that review of small business and the benefits that have come out of it. I have had a number of concerns, and I appreciate if this specific element was looked at in regard to food vending and their placement against established food vending options. So I understand that some of the food vendors may come out of other retail settings within the LGA to participate and obviously constitute still a local provider. But if we do have external providers, if they can be placed so they're not in direct competition with individual vendors and cafes and so on. Same issue was raised for me the year before, where one particular cafe invested quite a bit of money in it only to find they had a food van directly out front of their premises. So I'll leave it at that. And I'm happy to support Councillor Ring's requests in his report.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Other speakers? Thank you. Councillor O'Connor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was at the event, and all I could see fault was all the kids lined up. There was only 2 machines. Then the one down near the courthouse run out of diesel or something early in the night, and that was the end of that from 5 or 6 o'clock, whatever. It's a total disaster without more machines for the kids that paid their $5 and couldn't go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Anybody else wishing to speak? Right of reply. Oh, Councillor Bryce?
I'm sort of going on the same line of that Councillor O'Connor did, is that also not only was there only limited rides, there was also no rides for little kids, little ones. There was a slide or something else. There was just nothing for the younger children. The year before we did a much better job at doing that. I do know the incident that Councillor Ring had brought up. It was quite, and we need to make sure that there is safe places and first aid properly administered at the site. Thanks. But there was plenty of policing. We did walk past quite a few police while I was there.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Thank you, Ms. Nathan.
Councillor Les.
2 councillors have now made comments about the operation of Halloween. Is it the intention of the administration to actually ask all the councillors for their comments at some stage? It doesn't appear in anywhere in this management comment.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Mr Edgecombe will speak to that. Thank you.
Not a worry. As part of the community consultation, we plan to specifically speak with all of the businesses along the main street to get their feedback on how the event proceeded. We also plan to open up a Have Your Say portals for the community to provide their feedback as well. But importantly, as the councillors will absolutely have an opportunity to speak their mind and provide opportunities for their thoughts regarding opportunities to improve, and we can reach out to the council and discuss how that will best be administered, whether it's through an information session or whether it's by email or otherwise.
Thank you, Mr Edgecombe. Anybody else wishing to speak? Right of reply, Councillor Ring.
Yep. I appreciate the comments from the councillors. This notice of motion was never meant to be a criticism of the event. This should be standard practice for every event that council expends ratepayers' money on. We need to know we're getting bang for bucks. Are there problems? Can we improve it? This is the only way you enhance these programs, by continually reviewing, by continually modifying and ensuring we get bang for bucks. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous. Thank you. 9.3, Notice of Motion, Councillor Eric Marnie, Review of Council's Current Response to Drought Events. Councillor Marnie. Do you have a second to Councillor
I'll
Marnie?
second that,
Thank
thanks.
you, Councillor Coleman.
Okay. Firstly, just to see where this is coming from. It's a twofold thing for me, but I attended a drought management workshop organised by the Lithgow Transformation Hub, and again, it was a valuable opportunity to talk to people in the farming sector about how they're dealing with drought. I wanted to look at how we, at a council level, dealt with it. I appreciate a detailed management comment in regard to the development of a regional response to it. However, I'd like to delve into materially how we respond to drought as it progresses. We'll often get drought declarations. At that point, people are in significant need. I sort of see this as a bit of a health trajectory. We need to work on preventative measures, work on management as we go along, and not have our entire focus at the event being the way we go forward. I may have confused the issue referencing the local emergency management officer LEMO role. I do understand how that operates. I'm just looking at possibly a structure. So perhaps that wasn't necessarily the best way to express that. But I appreciate what's coming forward, and also that the completion of the drought resilience plan is in progress. I think at the end of the council management comments that there was, I think, an acceptance of my intent of the notice of motion, which was, and the suggestion of establishing a working group, I think, is a good approach. I know we've had 2 rainfall events which have been very varied in how they've fallen in the region. We got 35 mils the other day. We got about 1 mil in West Lithgow and 60 mils in Hartley Vale in about 15 minutes. That wasn't a particularly useful rainfall on anyone's needs there in some ways. Also note that half the LGA is drought affected now and half the LGA is in drought. And so it can creep on us, and like chronic illnesses, suddenly we find we're in a acute phase and we then have to respond very quickly. So all I'm asking through this is that we bring a report back into the Operations Committee just to understand the current pathway where we're heading. I note that there's a suggestion of a councillor briefing. I'm open to that as well. But I'd like some input before we arrive at the finalisation of the plan. And I think we've demonstrated through the Operations Committee an ability to look at the issue, look at the threats, and come forward with a solution-based pathway. And there are some things that are travelling well through that committee. So that's essentially where I'm heading with this. And given that we're heading into the summer period, if it is going to escalate, we're now moving into that period that we'll be finding ourselves perhaps getting into acute phase.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Coleman.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Statham. I attended the drought management workshop in Cullenbullen alongside Councillor Leslie. What I found interesting was a comment made one of the residents that happens to be a farmer within the area. He said to me, Cass, you know what, we're heading into a green drought. And I didn't quite understand what he meant, so I actually had to do some research. So the vegetation appears green and healthy on the surface, but what's actually happening is that it's experiencing a severe lack of water or moisture at the root level. I personally have land in East Portland, and the rain event on the weekend was very good in Lithgow, but I personally didn't benefit much out of what happened on the weekend. It was very patchy. I'm not quite sure what you got, Mayor Statham, but I can tell you I didn't get much.
Over 50 mils.
Yeah, well, I didn't get that much, and I don't believe that Cullenbullen got much or Kapiti. For the first time ever, I recently had to buy water in. I've never had to do that before. So yes, we do need to be prepared. In regards to the management's comment, it states at the bottom, the council may consider forming a working group. I would absolutely support that because, yes, we are heading into drought and, yes, we do have to be prepared.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Any other speakers, please? Councillor McGee.
Yes, I think that definitely on the right track, and any and all appropriate information that we can correlate to proceed this into the future, whether it be through a working group. I think that as much information as we can get together to be constructive about this into the future because it is such a intangible thing. And so the more input, the more likely that we will get a positive outcome and something that actually works in the long run. Because that's going to be the tricky bit, is that it actually is productive for the people and the relevant people, affected people. So I welcome any and all information that comes before the Operations Committee, because I think from there we can really put something constructive together.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Bryce.
I also attended the, not for long, the meeting at Cullenbullen. There was only one farmer. The biggest issue there was I was outside with some of the community members, was a lack of advertising of the event, and that's what the feedback I got for that event. So it'd be good if we ran some more of those events once we get this sorted, and actually advertise it throughout the farming community. That's just some feedback. And also on the weekend we got 35 mil at Cullen Valley and at Invincible, so Cullen got a fair bit of rain, but obviously not out at Port Boulder Road. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Ring, thank you.
I think the Operations Committee is very appropriate to discuss water supply, policies and strategic planning issues. It is a key part of our job as councillors. In the previous council, we had discussions there about harvesting rainwater and harvesting stormwater. And there were some discussions, didn't really go very far. As a community, I don't know if it's arrogance or we feel secure, we have the Clarence Water Transfer System. In the last major drought, we had no water restrictions. We did not have to restrict the supply from the Fish River water supply because the communities on that water supply use far less water than what we as a council were allocated. But it is the farmers and those outlying communities that do suffer. And a lot of cities and communities now are looking at, and in the West, are looking at harvesting stormwater, not just for farming, but for domestic consumption. And we need to look at water as a really critical resource moving forward and using what we can. And the town supplies are fine, but it's the outlying areas that suffer the most. The farms, the cost of getting the water there. There are ways that we can increase the water catchments available, and we need to discuss that. Now, one of the ways is also harvesting the flow from sewer systems. The system that's being constructed out at Cullenbullen when I first got on council, and we found there were issues with the design. I raised the issue of work I'd done at Hartley where we installed macerating pumps and pumped it through 1-inch pipes to a main system, and the water was filtered, went for UV systems, went out. We're doing something similar now at Cullenbullen. There is technology out there is changing. We need to look at how we can incorporate that and use those resources moving into the forward. Water is a very critical component of economic development moving forward. This is a very important recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor, right of reply. Councillor Ring. Right of reply, Councillor Marnie.
Just to pick up on the final comments from Councillor Ring, I thought you touched on something that's very critical. There can be two sides to how these slow-burning droughts make their way in. We're very fortunate that our drinking water is supplied by groundwater, and we have a significant groundwater supply in the Nudes Plateau, which feeds the Farmers Creek Dam, and that comes out of Clarence, as well being pumped out of there. The surface flows, the rooftop flows, the tanks and dams are the ones that go down first. And so whilst we're not seeing water restrictions in our township, people are feeling it in the rural landscape. The other thing is I know the previous council, and I want to acknowledge some of the, and not individually, but acknowledge the work that council has done around the Cullenbullen sewer treatment works. And those, when you start to look at those opportunities, high treatments, and you can make that water available for secondary use, I think that's a terrific outcome, both economically and environmentally. I've watched some of the changes in agriculture. I worked as an extension officer 25 years ago, and I worked with one property owner, large property owner in the Capertee. I'm watching how the new property owner is looking at a whole lot of regenerative agriculture and storing water in the landscape, in the soil, but not necessarily in open dams. So the drought response is a multifaceted response in the whole prevention, management, and response to events at the tail end of it. So I'm happy to put the report to the council for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous. Thank you. (9.4) Notice of motion. Councillor Eric Marnie. Progress report on the management of urban stormwater and its direct interaction with the sewerage system. Councillor Marnie, could I have a seconder for that?
Happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
This motion, and not having visibility on the business paper before I started, obviously has some interplay with a few items coming up later. It was the first notice of motion I moved as a new councillor, was in relation to the interplay between urban stormwater and sewerage system. These very intense pulses of storm that come our way present a serious public health risk when sewage systems overflow. I think it's important that the three water surfaces, drinking water, sewage and stormwater, never interplay. As soon as they start to interplay, we then start to increase the risk to our community. We had an event recently where we got 60 millimetres in one location. The other night we had 34. I was standing in West Main Street and I was looking at a rainbow and I'm ringing home saying there's water pouring through the roof. So these embedded cells in storms in the recent summer events are the things that are going to place pressure on our sewage system. I do want to acknowledge when there's a response from staff, and I very much want to acknowledge a couple of items where we're looking at the relining of sewer mains, the renewal of the sewer pumping stations at Maddock Lane and also the Correctional Centre. They're the nuts and bolts actions that are going to take us down a pathway to a solution to this. However, there still remains a significant threat, and I appreciate Kyle coming in and speaking, Mr. Rollinson. A lot of decisions are made by people of my age. So it's great to hear a young voice who are going to own the consequences of our decisions. And I also note some of the points that Rob White made from Lake Lyell. Those discharges into the bottom end of Farmers Creek arrive at Lake Lyell. And he talked to some stats that, to be honest, I wasn't personally aware of, but those 2,000 people, the fishers, the people boating there, camping, we must ensure that we've got water quality that's fit for recreational contact. And the fact that we get blue-green algae isn't the work of some third-party abstract process. There's this direct line. Farmers Creek flows directly into Lake Lyell. So what I'm asking is that when the 27.7% rate rise was put into place, that created a contract with the community in my mind. And part of that contract with the community is that we report back on our progress with managing these issues. So what I'm asking for is an opportunity for the council, again via the Operations Committee in the new year, to express those actions they've taken. So good, bad or indifferent, I note the issues that Mr. Rollinson raised, particularly in response to pollution events. There is a naturally occurring where you get dissolved organic carbons, and that can cause foam that looks like someone's just poured a whole bucket of washing detergent into the system, but there can be other sewage leaks that are going into the system. Our ability to respond to those settings is what I believe Kyle was talking to. That's something we need to look at, how we deal with pollution events coming out of our sewage system until we put in place the rectification actions. So I see the report as shining a light on this issue, but also providing a light to be shined by the council on its actions and what it's doing. And I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Ring.
I'm not an ageist, so Kyle being young doesn't really impress me that much because I'm not really. But yeah, the issue of sewerage and stormwater is not new. It's been going on for decades. And this was discussed at length in the Operations Committee at the last council. We have people who not only have sewage that comes up in flood event or heavy rain events, but we have people who have sewage coming to their own properties, back up through the toilets. And there are a lot of people out there who are not happy with it. It is a problem. We're in the 21st century. Later tonight, we'll be talking about the LEAP project. That's about trying to attract investment to our community, and selling this community to people should be that it is not only got a beautiful environment around us and we've got a lot of opportunities, but our basic facilities work. Raw sewage coming up into the streets is not a good look. And this is a very old problem. I've been told that this was done 50, 60 years ago, long before a lot of the regulations were brought in, and people were told, just run your stormwater and the sewage should be right. And a lot of it goes back that long. But we need to get a plan and ensure this is not happening.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Anyone else? Councillor Bryce?
Through you, Mayor, I'd just like to ask, we have talked about the smoke testing of sewage lines and stormwater drains. Where is that up to?
Mr. Trapp, would you mind commenting on that, please?
Through you, Mayor. We've just gone out for joint procurement with the JO for smoke testing and future relining projects. Obviously tonight we're dealing with the tender for sewer relining. But yeah, it'll be, as part of our ongoing yearly program, we'll continue doing smoke testing of the sewer lines to find any illegal connections, which we were reasonably successful with last year, and continue that lining program as per the operational plan.
Thank
Can
you,
I have
Mr. Trapp.
another question? So if there's found to be stormwater going into the sewage lines on a property, obviously I think a notice would be issued to the resident or the owner. What is the recourse after that happens? Do we go back and check on that to make sure that's been fixed?
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Mr. Trapp.
So in that process, yeah, you're exactly right. So we'll go and test, notify that there's been a non-compliance, notify the owners. In most cases, they're very happy to fix the problem. There's a bit of buy-in with the community on that, which is really good. In 12 months' time to 18 months' time, we'll come back and retest to see if the problem has actually been fixed. Sometimes they can get through 90% of it and maybe they've missed one small connection. So we'll go back, retest, and then notify them again of what we found.
Thank you, Mr. Trapp.
Yeah. Just
Councillor Bryce.
Yeah, I've only asked 2 questions. I haven't made any comment. Just quickly, I just would like to see in the report that we get back from council is how many households have been detected having stormwater in the sewage. So we have an idea of how it's all going. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Mr. Trapp, thank you.
So in our last program, in the last financial year, we tested about 800 connections. Of that, about 115 had issues. So a pretty small percentage in Extension Estate. Previously, we've done up in the Littleton area, and we've had very good results of going in, testing, notifying owners and residents, having it retested, and then pretty much halving the amount of non-compliances. So it is a pretty good program that we get in, provided, we're pretty able to work with the community on that though.
Thank you, Mr. Trapp. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor McGee?
Yes, I'm certainly under the impression as chair of the Operations Committee that we've been actually training for smoke testing in-house to get on top of it, such as the demand in the area for this capacity to be used regularly and to keep on top of it, because to insinuate in any way that staff, councillors and the public are unaware of the dire situation with sewerage is deplorable. We are more than aware of the issue and the problems, and we are extending and pursuing every avenue to get on top of it. And yeah, I think this one's just one report too many. It's a bit vague. You know, it's Lake Lyell, you know, does it get brought back if there's nothing about Lake Lyell in there? It just needs to be a bit more specific. I think it's a bit broad, and I think we're doing everything that we possibly can. I mean, I've been very impressed at the lengths that we've gone to so far, and that is not stopping from sewer relining, but primarily the smoke testing to get that stormwater out of the sewage system and get on top of this. So I just think that, you know, we are doing everything possible, and I don't think another report is going to help that. I think the Operations Committee is a valuable committee, but I think that we're already getting plenty of information regarding this. And as far as making the bringing it to light for the public, then that can be done at any time. Any personal inquiry to councillors, we have access to the directors at any time. So if anyone needs any specific information for their area, then certainly a councillor can contact the relevant director and get that and shine light for anyone who requires it. But I think that there's just one too many reports for the Operations Committee at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Coleman?
Thank you, Mayor Statham. Look, I believe that this notice of motion from Councillor Manley is timely. It's also our core business. It's imperative that we get it right. And regards, you know, residents, an email from Mr. Hanlow was sent to all councillors and staff regarding the weekend about water accumulating at his back fence. So I'd like that referred to the Operations Committee as well, not saying that in this report as per se, but it does need to be dealt with.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Any other speakers? Councillor Goodwin?
Oh, jeez, I've just dropped my glasses. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Statham. I think progress is occurring in this area, especially with the most urgent areas of town near Cupro Street and Martini Parade. The engineering plans for the additional storm water under the railway tracks is underway, and that's probably taking up the most time. And also, just on another note, we do have agencies that attend to and respond to hazmat emergencies, such as Fire Rescue New South Wales, the EPA and Council. So if anyone has any of those issues, they can certainly call any of those agencies and they'll respond pretty much immediately.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any other speakers, please? Councillor Leslie?
Thank you, Mayor Statham. The issue of the Operations Committee meeting is that it's a governance issue. The reports that go to the Operations Committee are public documents. They're available for everyone. Whereas if we just take the view of the chairman of the Operations Committee meeting, that any councillor can ring up and get this information, that's not a public document. That's not available for the community. That's not available for our citizens. So it is important that these matters be done properly. It's important these matters be done on the public record. It's not a major, it won't be a major report, and clearly the director will write the report and outline the issues that he sees important. But once it comes to the Operations Committee meeting, questions can be asked, further details can be asked for, and that can then enter the public record for when it comes back to a council meeting for the minutes to be confirmed. That's the essence of why it should go to the Operations Committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Any other speakers? Right a reply, please, Councillor Money.
Yes. First point I make is I'm not someone who uses spurious points of order to interrupt debate. I'm happy to listen to people talk. At no point did I believe the report insinuated anything. It's a clear statement of fact. I've been the one who's been out in people's properties when they've got 30 centimetres of the sewer water surrounding their property as a moat. I'm the one that sat on a Saturday morning with a woman who spent a large amount of money on a pump to pump our sewer out of her property. And I sat in an operations committee where I had a councillor tell me they had better things to do on a Saturday morning. I let the councillors own their own quotes, but at no time was I insinuating anything. I also would like, if you'd like some specificity in the report, I'd like to know what's happening in East Sport Street, with the impact of sewer on those properties. I'd like to know what's happening in Lower Tank Street with the properties there where we had people being flooded and we had elderly residents who couldn't use their house or their toilet. I'd like you to go into Farrow Lane and have a chat to a gentleman who's an ex-plumber about why it's not okay for sewage to come up through his toilet, everybody else's sewage. So I made a condition when I supported the rate rise that we would have a contract with the community which would inform the community periodically of what we're doing with the money. So there are also options, and again, if the community, if I take Councillor McGee's advice, yes, I'm very happy to go and shine a very bright light on this in the community. I'm happy to talk to the business people in Main Street who have sewer coming through their properties. Sewer problem in our town is well from being dealt with. The response I got when I first brought this up, it's been happening for decades. And then there was awkward silence, as if a public health risk like this was allowed to just proceed onwards. So I'm happy to refer the members of the community, if these reports are not the pathway forward, there is the EPA pollution line. I suggest people get on there and dial in whenever they see a pollution event. That's not been my style. My style is to work both with the community and the organisation, but I do take offence at some suggestion there was an implication of insinuation. I don't accept that and won't accept it.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Councillor McGee? Carried. Thank you.
I'd like a division on that, Mayor Stapleton.
Certainly, Councillor Leslie. All those in favour say aye. Against? Councillor McGee. 9.5, Notice of Motion, Councillor Eric Marnie, review of fees and charges associated with the utilisation of council-owned fields and facilities by community-based sporting organisations. Councillor Marnie, you're moving that?
Yes, I am, Mayor Stapleton.
Seconded, thank you. A seconder?
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
Mayor Stapleton, before the discussion starts, I'd like to foreshadow a motion, if I may.
Certainly.
Sorry, do I need to read the motion out now? Can I wait until the vote?
No, I'd like you to read it out now. Thanks, Councillor Ring.
Could I get the advice of the General Manager, just for clarity, because it doesn't say that in the Code of Meeting Practice. Yeah, thank you. I just don't want to confuse the issue. It relates to the issue, but I don't want to confuse it. If this gets up, that's fine. If it doesn't, then I'll put it up.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie.
Thank you. I'm bringing this notice of motion in consideration with conversations I've been having with sporting organisations in regard to...
Excuse me, Councillor Marnie, have you got your microphone on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm bringing this notice of motion in response to conversations I'm having with sporting organisations in relating to cost of living issues and the ability of sporting organisations to meet the fees that are charged by the Council for use of council facilities. I'm going to preface that with the fact that we did present a significant rate rise to the community of Lithgow of 44.5%. Which members of these sporting organisations, which are largely not-for-profit, community-based organisations with significant volunteer components in running them. What I'm looking for is to keep at the front of our mind that our organisation goal should be about outcomes, not just income. And I'm finding we're having a focus where we're focusing on the income first and we're not looking at the outcome. We talk later in the report about zero-based budgeting, which I've been exposed to that over the years. It is a time-intensive process and I'm being told that the staff have significant workloads to work through. I'm not convinced that that's a pathway forward. The other issue I have concerns with is the cost of recovery model, and whether pricing should be at a market rate. Now, when we've got volunteers, and I look across different sectors, I look at what happens in the Lithgow golf course, where they do have a capacity to pay. They want to utilise volunteers as part of that in-kind contribution towards the use of that facility. We still don't have a volunteer policy, even though that was something I asked for some time ago. And most organisations where they do have an income are willing to pay a fixed amount. But at this stage, my concern is we're starting to exceed thresholds where we may be putting stresses on community sporting organisations, and I've asked that we review this. And a like-for-like in its simple terms is not okay in my mind. If we do a like-for-like with Bathurst, or a like-for-like with Blue Mountains in neighbouring council, or a like-for-like with Midwest Regional Council, we need to do the socio-economic analysis as well. We have some of the most disadvantaged people living in our community, and we have some of the higher salary bands living in our community. When you pull on a sporting jersey, everything equalises out. But the ability to participate is often governed by your ability to pay. So all I'm asking from this is that we have a review of our categories and that we're clear where not-for-profit organisations sit in against commercial leases. So again, I'm asking for a report to come back to to both the Sports Advisory and the Finance Committee, because I think it has implications in both sectors.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Coleman?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Statham. When I read this notice of motion, the first thing I hovered over was, in the management's comment, was capacity to pay for the use of public facilities. You know, households and families' capacity to pay in recent times is becoming difficult. We've had a rate increase, interest rates have recently gone up, and petrol is becoming dearer and dearer. Families' disposable income is becoming less and less. A considerable loss of revenue, which is going to occur naturally if we don't review fees and charges. I acknowledge that the administration conducts annual reviews, but they aren't the elected councillors, we are. And I don't think it is too much to ask if we get a report to both the Sporting Advisory Committee and the Finance Committee. I was at the Lithgow Netball AGM recently. It was mentioned at that meeting how difficult it was in regards to attracting more young girls and women to netball due to the cost of living. And if we can help out in reviewing the fees and charges, then I'm going to support that.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, Mayor Statham. What's exacerbated the situation also is the $100 active sports participation grant that's been taken away from the community by the current government. They haven't got the capacity to pay.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Anyone else wishing to speak? Right to reply, Councillor Marnie.
Okay. Yes, I accept that's a contributing factor, but there's significant capacity to pay elements that we can influence as a council. And what I can deal with is what's in front of me as a part of a governance body of the local council. So I'll deal with those matters. We can have advocacy to other levels of government for assistance. What I want to have a look at is, when we talk to the LEAP program later, we'll talk to some principles that I believe in, and part of a successful economic space is a livable space, and community sport is part of that livability. So we need to look at the levers we can utilise when we're deciding the categories or where people sit and the upper limits of payment. Now, I know I've spoken to two organisations that spend in excess of $10,000 on their council fees, and one organisation that pays $20,000. Now, they've both got differing capacities to pay, and both parties accept that they should be making a contribution. I don't think there's anyone out there saying I want a zero waiver in this setting, but we've just got to make sure that that capacity to pay is properly interrogated and ensure that we're not acting as a stressor towards the end of particular sports in our area, because there are sports that have reduced, there are sports that are going in an opposite trajectory, and it's interesting, those that are going very strongly, I think, have a greater control over their own inputs as far as external fees. So I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to put the motion to the council.
I'll put the motion, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried, thank you. Notice of motion, Councillor Eric Marnie, 3 Tree Lodge, alterations and addition, 2A Coldrew Drive, South Bowen Fells, request for waiving of section 7.12 Development Contribution Plan.
Thank you, Mayor Stephen. This is a matter that we've...
Seconded, please.
Sorry, my apologies.
Sorry, I'll second.
Councillor Ring, thank you.
This is a matter that we have considered previously. I believe we need to reconsider it. I think there was some confusion at the initial tabling of this as it came in as a late meeting, and there was limited information available, certainly for me as a councillor, to make a decision, which resulted in it being deferred. The subsequent deferral meeting saw it. Again, I think there was some confusion over what the organisation was actually asking for. So the organisation was asking for a waivering of $20,044.71 as a development application fee payable under council's fees and charges, at that time 2122, and under section 7.12 of the Development Contributions Plan of 2015. The reason I'm bringing this development in front of council to consider for wavering is 3 Tree Lodge is governed by a voluntary community board and employs up more than 80 local staff, and its application will provide additional aged care beds, further enhancing the wellbeing of the members of our community. Hopefully, providing increasingly that people can age in place so we don't have relatives of families travelling to Bathurst, to Mudgee, to another location to interact with their aged relatives. There has been a history of community support for these establishments. I believe it's also one of our most significant employment sectors now. I know it's not often spoke about, but it's certainly one of our largest individual employment sectors. We need to make sure we got the facilities to deliver the service. We have a large percentage of our population aged 60 and above, and it's a substantial amount approaching that age. Most people, haven't met anyone yet who's told me they don't want to age in their own home, but when that option isn't available, they want to age in their community, and they want to have a option for the remaining years in their life that they've got a quality, essentially housing to finish their lives. Now, in lieu of not also having a housing strategy where these sort of things can be developed, I think it needs to be brought to the council to make those decisions in the short term. I'm hoping that a housing strategy will capture these elements in it. I actually think it's a modest amount. I note the management comments that will be subsidised by other customers. I'm happy to listen to the views of other councillors. I've got a view, but I'd be interested in hearing any other councillors' views on that.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Ring.
I'm on public record on the last council saying I believe council should be running as a business, and I believe that. But running as a business doesn't mean we're out to make a profit. It means we're looking for the most cost-effective services, value for money, but we also need to be looking after our community. Now, Aged care is a very difficult industry to work in. I was on the board of Lithgow Aged Care. I had first-hand experience, put a lot of work into it. It is a very difficult industry to work in, and it's facing a lot of pressures. Now, I went back and looked at the current Section 94A Development Contribution Plan, and on page 6, under Section C7, are there any exemptions to the levy? It states quite clearly, the relevant Section 94F ministerial direction as issued from time to time will apply. The current ministerial direction was issued in Practice Note February 2021, and it states very clearly on page 4, councils may choose to exempt types of development from Section 712 levies. Such exemptions are at the discretion of the council. Considerations regarding exemptions are covered in detail in the Section 711 practice notes. Basically, they give a whole range. The one that's relevant here is other community or educational facilities. This is a community facility. It is a registered charity. I went on to the charities register to confirm they are a registered charity. Their expenditure each year is around just under $8 million. There'd be virtually little surplus in that. And I believe it is appropriate and fair for this council to waive this. And I've been on council when this first came, I would have pushed to halve the DSP fee under Section 64, which under the current policy council can. But my understanding is this is a reasonable ask. Now, you may not want to look at precedents, but when Lithgow Aged Care submitted their work for a major upgrade and construction, all their fees were waived. This is not a big ask. I don't think it's unreasonable. I think this will help a facility that will service the needs of our community well into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any other speakers? Councillor?
Yes, management says that we'll get a report back if it's deferred, and I would like to see the report before we make the decision. Thank you.
So, Councillor Connor, are you proposing an amendment?
Yes, to defer the to the next meeting, so we can see what read the report that the management is going to put through.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right. Councillor O'Connor, would you like to speak to that now, please?
Well, all I can say is it sets a precedent. Everybody else has to pay their dues, and I can't see any reason why this shouldn't be the same. Thank you.
Councillor Goodwin?
Yes, Mayor Staff, I'd also like to hear what management says about the development in the report and waiving the fees. I think we're fraught with danger accepting this and leaving it open for other industries such as maybe Corinda who want to build again, asking for an exemption. I'd like to see what the management has to say about it before I make a decision.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any other speakers? Councillor McGee?
Yes, I'm glad to see that there has been some clarification from memory. It was a bit unresolved, just the amount last time from memory, but to see the amount confirmed, and I think it is quite reasonable, but I think I would like to hear the report to hear what exactly the ramifications are. So I'd support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor McGee.
Councillor Statham?
Councillor Statham?
I'd like to speak against the amendment, please.
Yes, certainly. Councillor Ring?
I'm embarrassed that we'd even do this. I mean, it's clear from the management content and the email that was sent out earlier today that their report will come back saying we shouldn't do it. Later on tonight, we're going to have a report saying we had a special rate variation, we can't spend it all. I'm sorry, but we have a social responsibility in this community. Respect who operate the former Lithgow Aged Care facility may wish to build in the future. It can be dealt with in the future by whatever council's here. We are not here to grab every cent we can and screw this community that hard that they can no longer function. I think this is penny pinching at its worst. On the last council, this wouldn't have been an issue. This would have just gone through. Whether or not people want to say, well, that's why we're in this problem. No, it's not. This is unfortunate. I am embarrassed that this motion has been brought forward in this council. This community deserves better.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Coleman?
Yeah, I like to speak against the amendment and for the original motion. My own grandmother currently is in a nursing home in Bathurst because she can't get a bed in Lithgow because there are no beds available. However, Three Tree Lodge fundamentally is a community service, and we should be providing that service. And we do have a moral obligation to support aged care facilities. Yeah, it'd be great if all our elderly could stay in their home, but that's not always possible. And regarding the council would need to draw those funds from general revenue, well, quite frankly, they could take the fees out of the amount set aside for some consultants, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Bryce?
Yeah, I somehow don't think the 20 grand will stop the development, but the 20 grand won't affect the council that great either. I think this is a non-for-profit charity, and I support the waiving of the fees.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Leslie?
Thank you, Ms. Statham. In this room, we have actually two former chairs of Lithgow Aged Care, myself and Councillor Ring, and we know just how fragile community control of these facilities actually is. These facilities, Lithgow Aged Care, Corinda, and Three Tree Lodge, these facilities were developed many years ago, decades ago, from local activities, from local support, local groups, local organisations, supported over many years by the local auxiliaries of those facilities, and yet Lithgow Aged Care lost the local community lost control.
Point of order, with all respect, Mayor Statham.
Point of order? Yes, what was your point of order?
Like to share what he was talking to you about or whispering to you about, or?
No, it's actually confidential.
Then I suggest you wait till after the meeting.
Very happy to do that, thank you. We are allowed to speak during the course of, there was something come up, I needed to be told. I'm very glad I've been told, and I'll continue with the meeting. Thank you, Councillor Cole. And that I will be dismissing the point of order. I actually hadn't said a word, by the way.
Wasn't saying that you had said a word.
Back on track, thank you. Who was speaking then, please?
I was.
Councillor Leslie?
Yes, and we just know how fragile, local community control of these facilities is. Lithgow Aged Care, the local community lost control of that. We were, I believe, extremely fortunate that Respect was the company that took over. It could well have been a fly-by-night, totally for-profit organisation based with their management in India. There was no guarantee of where it was going to go. There was no support from outside of the local community, and the local community just did not have the power to overcome the power of the state government and the federal government and the safety commission's just actions on this matter. We need to be aware of how vulnerable these organisations are and give them every support we can. This is a small amount that we can help, but it's essential to keep it, and it's essential because the very nature of these organisations, because of their history and their views of their community involvement, their history in supporting those people in Lithgow who need it. In many cases, the very people who spent decades on these organisations, trying to get it right for the community. And we just have to help those people. We need to support these organisations. It's a matter. It should be a matter of pride that Lithgow Council does this.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Any other speakers?
I'd like to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie.
When I came onto council, my understanding of council's role in this council is to make decisions on behalf of the community. This matter's been once deferred. It's been deferred because we've got a late report with insufficient information for the councillors, the elected councillors of Lithgow City to make a decision. I'm not supporting another deferral. We're here to make decisions. We have the previous report. I do not believe that there is a significant amount of new material in any report coming forward. And if councillors needed additional information, they could reference the previous report, both the deferral and the report. They can go back to the tape and listen to the video. But I'm not supporting a situation where, when we're not equipped to make a decision, that we defer. So I'm sorry, but I'm not going to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Right of reply for the amendment. So you've had that, Councillor Marnie?
No, Councillor O'Connor.
Sorry, Councillor O'Connor, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, happy to put it to vote, whatever.
I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? Against?
Can we have a division on that, please?
Yes, certainly. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGee, Councillor Goodwin and Councillor O'Connor. Against? Councillor Bryce and Councillor Marnie, Councillor Leslie, Councillor Ring, Councillor Statham and Councillor Coleman. So the amendment becomes the motion. Go back to the original.
No.
The amendment's lost, I beg your pardon. We'll go back to the original motion, thank you. And right of reply, Councillor Marnie, thank you.
All I'm going to say is I appreciate the two councillors who've got experience in aged care and realise the challenges that are faced there. We are talking about a community-based, not-for-profit organisation that is a registered charity. An organisation that's governed by a voluntary community board, and I personally am very grateful for those people who put that time in. We have a significant range in our socio-economic range in our community. There are people who will struggle to afford quality aged care. Having a community board keeps the focus on our community. And as Councillor Leslie spoke to, these situations could find a different organisation with a different operating system taking over where profits are significantly more important in our community. So I'm happy to support the waiving of what is a modest fee, which will put money back into the operating budget of an important community service.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the motion? Oh, just one moment, please. General Manager would like to speak. Thank you.
I just need a clarification from the mover and the seconder, because in point 2 you speak to waiving the development application fees and the development contribution fees. But then point 3 only talks about the development contribution fees. So I just need to clarify, is the council looking to, because there was at one point in time a request to waive development application fees, I think sewer and water charges, and contributions. So I'm just wanting to clarify what council's moving tonight. Are we moving just the contributions plan?
Thank you for the clarification point. We're moving that point 3 be waived, so the $20,044.71. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, thank you. Carried, thank you.
It needs a division.
Yeah, I'll have a division on that, thank you.
Needs one because it's a planning matter.
It's a planning matter, it requires a division. All those in favour? Councillor Bryce, Councillor Marnie, Councillor McGee, Councillor Leslie, Councillor Ring, Councillor Coleman, Councillor Statham, thank you. Councillor Goodwin, thank you. This has been carried, thank you. 9.7, notice of motion, Councillor Rick Marnie, restricted access on Browns Gap Road for firefighting operations.
Firstly, my apologies. I don't have a plan to bring a whole block of notices of motion to council meetings. These were issues that were raised directly with me as urgent matters to be dealt with. So I see my role as councillor in doing that. So this matter, understanding that, as we move into the forecasted summer with significant fire risks attached to it, the ongoing closure and restricted access resulting from the road closure of Browns Gap Road may present a significant challenge for firefighting operations for the coming fire season in this locality. Particularly given the behaviour of wildfires during fire events in the last decade, and in particular the Vale of Clwyd, Doctors Gap and the northwestern portion of Hartley Valley, the restricted access resulting from the road closure of Browns Gap Road is very problematic for the coming fire season. I've had representation, and typically I'm getting representation from people who turn out in orange uniforms. I'm happy to take a representation from the volunteers of Rural Fire Services any day of the week, and if they believe there's an operational issue that needs to be addressed, I'm happy to bring that representation forward. I have spoken to the director of Jonathan Edgecombe, and I do understand that there is a willingness to undertake actions required to make this feasible, and it may involve secure gates on those locations so that limitations of vehicle access is maintained. However, emergency services have an opportunity to utilise that. The risk management elements are something for the RFS to contemplate, but minutes matter in an emergency. The changing landscape when fires enter the system need every opportunity to respond to that quickly. So I'm always happy to bring forward any requests from our RFS volunteers.
Could I have a second, please, for Councillor Marnie's notice of motion? Councillor Coleman?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it.
Thank you.
I think in regards to this notice of motion, I can't really cover any more than what Councillor Marnie is saying, but I think it's always a good thing to meet with our representatives from the Royal Fire Services across the area. I think there's nothing wrong with that. They've got the expertise, and I should be entertained.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Councillor Ring?
Question for you, Mayor Statham, to the administration. What barriers are in place on the Gap Road at the moment? Is it the cement barriers?
It's not cement.
Mr. Edgecombe, thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Statham. It's not cement barriers. We were contemplating putting those in, but we specifically made the decision not to because they would be impossible to pass, or at least very difficult to pass in the event of an emergency. So it's just mounds of earth, realistically, that are placed on the road, and the RFS are able to get through those if required.
Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe.
If I may, I'd like to move either an amendment or an additional point, depending on whether or not the mover is happy to accept an amendment. I'm sorry, just got to get the right page. The amendment is that, or additional point, that the administration immediately order access to Browns Gap Road and install gates that can be locked to provide emergency access to the RFS. I appreciate there are dirt mounds there, but that also means other vehicles can get past. That places council at risk, and I think in terms of ensuring the RFS can get through, a locked gate would be the best way. It's not a problem. They have a universal key. It's called a bolt cutter, and they'll just cut it and go straight through. But it will preclude the risk of other people driving that road, because I have heard of people driving that road, and that does concern me. So,
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Ring. Mr Edgecombe will just speak to that before I ask the mover. Thank you, Councillor Marnie. You've got to have a seconder for that. And Councillor Marnie, would you accept that point?
I'm happy to accept what
All right,
Councillor Ring has brought
Mr
forward.
Edgecombe, thank you.
Just want to be clear, there is significant signage that's on the road that advises motorists to not travel the road. There's also a website on council's Facebook page that on council's homepage that gives further detail regarding the risks of access and the work council's doing to prioritise the reopening of the road and the rock scaling and the like. I just worry that gates in particular are going to become a costly endeavour when anybody in their Hilux decide that it's a bit of fun and games to try and pull that open, as happens across the LGA. That was the specific reason why we didn't choose those, because it is a prominent location and it is frequently driven by it used to be frequently driven by vehicles, and it's within the centre of Lithgow. So we can certainly investigate gates, but they're not as effective as other means in many circumstances.
if I may, Councillor Stephen, could I just ask one more question of the administration?
Yes.
Just to get clarification?
Yes, certainly.
I appreciate, Mr Edgecombe, what you're saying. From a risk management point of view, if someone drives down there, regardless of signage, and is killed because of a rock slide, and you have to go to the coroner's court, do you believe what you've got in place is adequate? And I say that from having worked in the national parks, and at some stage you can talk to Mr Elwood, because the worst thing that you can do, and I haven't done this personally, is go to a coroner's court and have to justify the actions of an organisation. I'm very concerned about that as a risk. Yes, there's a cost. The gates can actually be reused, so it's not a major cost, unless they could be damaged. But if those people damage that gate and then are killed going down that road, council has done everything possible. There are highway signs giving speed limits. How many people obey them? There are a lot of people out there getting killed because they're speeding. I'm concerned about the risk to council, and I don't want to see any senior staff in this organisation in the coroner's court, because from what I've been told from staff that have been there, it is not a very pleasant experience, and I've seen people have nervous breakdowns as a consequence.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Mr Edgecombe, thank you.
Look, I guess to put it simply, we do regularly review the risks associated with the Browns Gap Road. We had geotechnical experts on site to assess the risks just last week as well, and they've continued working on our risk mitigation approach. We are comfortable with the risk measures and mitigation measures that are in place, and the signage that's in place to warn motorists of the hazard ahead. In my opinion, there aren't further actions required to address this.
Could I ask a question?
Thank you, Mr Edgecombe. Certainly, Councillor Les.
If someone does drive through there at the moment, is there law enforcement penalties on this matter if caught?
Mr Edgecombe.
There is indeed, under the Roads Act, council is the responsible authority for closing roads, at least temporarily, for the purpose of risk mitigation or road construction. If somebody does willingly breach a road closure that's been implemented by council or the police, they can be subject to fines or further action.
In that case, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment that the motion be as originally printed on the business paper.
Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Leslie.
Just speaking to it briefly, yes, you may have an emergency with the RFS, but they're not the only people in this city that may have an emergency. There may well be someone living in the Hartley Valley who believes that they have to drive a car with a sick person, and drive that way and do it. It would be wrong in my view, to find that not being aware of the situation, they get to the gates, can't get through, have to turn around and go back. There's risks in a lot of things. I mean, if we start taking this attitude with Browns Gap Road, well, we'd have to think about swimming pools, playing fields, all sorts of areas. I mean, there are risks that the council, as I believe the director has quite clearly put. You look at the risks, you assess them, you make appropriate judgments, and I think we respect those judgments. And I think the recommendation as originally printed should be the one.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah, Mayor Statham, can I ask just one question through you to Mr Edgecombe?
Certainly.
Are there current arrangements made with the RFS to get through that Browns Gap Road area in the event of an emergency?
Originally not specifically, but when I heard through you, Mayor Statham, originally not specifically, but when I heard there was a particular concern, I reached out to the RFS directly, and the advice they gave me from their management was there was no issue regarding RFS access, and in the event of an emergency, they will absolutely send vehicles along the Browns Gap Road. As I've tried to explain in the management comment, in the event of an emergency, the risk of a late response is greater than the risk of one or two vehicles accessing the road. So in that event, we would move heaven or earth to either facilitate it or otherwise make sure the RFS had unfettered access.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Edgecombe. Any other speakers? Councillor O'Connor?
Yes, going by that comment, there is no issue whatsoever with the RFS going anywhere out there. They can go wherever they like. So I can't support this notion of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Bright?
Obviously, the RFS Command Centre are the ones who send out the Rural Bushfire Brigades to the fires. If they've been informed how that route is to be taken through Browns Gap, they then should be passing that information on to the local RFS brigades. I think us calling a meeting with all the different fire brigades that I think circumvents the command centre. They're the ones in charge of a fire. They're the ones who send out the brigades. So I can't support this. I think it's important to keep open communication with the command centre, but not the individual fire brigades.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Coleman?
Yeah, I just have a question through you, Mayor Statham, to Mr Edgecombe in regards to the command centres. My understanding is that they're looking at merging Lithgow and Bathurst. Is that correct, or is that not correct? Because that would greatly concern me in regards to communication.
That would be something I suggest that we refer to the RFS. I'm not aware of any specific plans with no specific plans with the RFS.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman and Mr Edgecombe. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor McGee?
Yes, I was under the impression that Browns Gap Road was soon to be opened one way with traffic lights similar to donkey steps. Is that correct?
Mr Edgecombe?
Through you, Mayor Statham, that is our every intention. The application went into Transport for New South Wales to remediate and reduce the risk of that area last week. We've hassled Transport for New South Wales and they've given us a confirmation that there'll be a 1 week turnaround on that application. And we've sought advice from local contractors that they are available in early January. And they are the ones with relevant expertise and the most available staff. So we'll be pursuing every opportunity to, as you say, open Browns Gap Road one way by undertaking rock scaling and some other risk prevention measures.
Thank you, Mr Edgecombe. Anybody else wishing to speak? Right of reply, Councillor Leslie.
No, I don't wish to exercise that.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. I'll put the amendment, thank you. All those in favour of the amendment? Which is the original amendment? Original motion. Thank you. Against? I'll call a division on that, thank you. So all those in favour of the original amendment? Councillor Coleman, Councillor Ring, Councillor Leslie and Councillor Marnie. Against? Councillor Bryce, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor O'Connor, Councillor McGee and Councillor Statham. The amendment has been lost. We now go back to the original motion.
And I'd like a right
Early
of reply
amendment with the
before
point
it's
of
put.
Councillor Rings. Councillor Marnie?
I'd just like a right of reply before it's put. My understanding is that there currently is, they may be empty, but they're water-filled plastic Jersey barriers across the road. That's what I'm getting feedback. So I think I've asked a fairly non-contentious recommendation that be addressed urgently. If that's the case, that be modified or a suitable situation is put into play that doesn't lead to restrictions in and out of the valley. We are looming into our middle of our summer, so that's why the urgency. There may well be some communication issues within the professional arm of the RFS and the volunteers. I'm not going to run any commentaries on that, but if volunteers come to me and with a representation, I'll bring it in front of the council. If it's proven not to be correct, I'm happy to be advised of that, but I think it's, as a precautionary approach, I would suggest that at least the situation be reviewed so we clarify exactly what's going on and the access to emergency vehicles there.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. So Councillor Coleman, Councillor Ring, Councillor Leslie and Councillor Marnie against. That notice of motion was lost, thank you. Moving on to 10, administration reports, caring for our community, the Disability Inclusion Action Plan. Have a mover, thank you.
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Have a seconder.
I'll second it.
Sorry, who said that? I wasn't sure. Councillor Ring. Councillor Bryce.
This is a great report, even though it was delayed. I have nothing else to say. It covers everything that needs to be covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Ring.
It meets its legislative requirements, and I would assume that if there is need to modify it moving forward, that can be done relatively easy. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Cole.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Statham. The theme for International Day of Persons with Disability for 2023 is United in Action to Rescue and Achieve the Sustainable Development Goals for with and by persons with disability. This year it's being held on the 3rd of December, and I understand that the library has an activity on Tuesday the 5th of December. The reason I'm raising this is I have a question for the administration. Has the council officially acknowledge the Sustainable Development Goals, or will they be acknowledging it?
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Yes, it'll be taken on notice. Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
Thank you. If I could just finish one more point, Mayor Statham.
Certainly.
I would also like to acknowledge the council for potentially working with employer providers to identify opportunities to employ people with disabilities at council. With a labour shortage across this country, I think it's an avenue that we generally really need to explore.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Statham. I'm happy with it too. It must be pretty good because there was no public comment. It is to cover the strategic future actions of the council, and as stated in the implementation on page 19, the purpose of the DAP is to establish the policy framework and to provide guide to council to identify and address gaps in accessibility. The DAP does not deal with small capital projects such as individual footpaths. Its purpose is for use as a guide to inform capital project selection. So I'm very happy with that.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Anyone else wishing to speak? No? Right of
Yes,
reply?
yes,
Oh,
I would like to speak.
Councillor Money?
Just on the consultation, I know we haven't got public comments, but I think we should note that there was consultation with disability service providers and not. Well done to the council. I had a query in what Councillor Goodwin's just read out. I had it marked. I would have seen this sets a design foundation, which is applied to every scale. I'm not sure why it would not deal with individual footpaths. I may be viewing the plan in the wrong light, but I would say, like work health and safety at work is a key consideration across all sectors. Disability access is done in small steps and large steps, and that we look at those, that this becomes part of our design thinking. But I'm unclear about that statement, so I'll just make that comment.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Anyone else wishing to speak? Right of reply, Councillor Bryce. No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. 10.1.2 Proposed Licence Agreement, Lithgow Musical Society.
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. A seconder, thank you.
Second, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Bryce.
The Musical Society are a bunch of volunteers that come in and dedicate their time to the performance. They do 2 performances a year, I think, and they have to pay for their licence for the play. That's where they raise their money. That's why they raise money. They're a great show. They put on it's great entertainment. It's good to have this in Lithgow, and to waive their fees is awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you. Just reiterate what Councillor said. Very happy to see him get a 2-year lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Anyone was, I think Councillor Coleman might have been, I'm not sure which one was first, to be truthful. Councillor Coleman,
Thanks, Mayor Statham. I've got nothing against the recommendation and I will support it. I've just got a question for the administration. On the top of page 22, under background, it states the previous 2-year licence agreement with the Musical Society for the use of the Lithgow Union Theatre expired on the 31st of December 2022. So that was nearly 12 months ago. My question is, how are we going forward? How do we avoid this? Is someone going to diarise this so that this doesn't happen again, so that we're on top of this? I just would like to know.
Mr. Gurney, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. So it can take some time, negotiations and prioritisation of work, of course. It should be noted that the further term includes an option of 1 year, so it would be for a total of 3 years. So in that 3rd year would be the time to have the discussions going forward. But I'll make a note of the importance of not having an extended gap in between licence agreements.
Thank you, Mr. Gurney. Anyone else? Councillor Ring.
I just have 2 questions, if I may, for you to the administration.
Yes, certainly.
The first relates to opportunities that may arise in the next couple of years, be it opera or other performances. How amenable are the Lithgow Musical Society to changing some of their days? I'm not talking about the blocks when they're performing, but if there's something that comes up that's a benefit to the broader community, how amenable to they to give up a day or swap a day, if there's an opportunity?
Mr. Gurney.
Through you, Mayor Statham, I'll take that one on notice because I just need to check about the non-exclusive use periods. Those days are flexible, but I don't have it right in front of me to
No, that's fine. I know that I'm not talking about the really exclusive when they're performing or the major periods. It's just those odd days during the week. If something does come up, I'd like to know that they could be flexible and working with council and the broader community. The other question I have is, you may have to find this out, is what equipment do they own in terms of sound and lighting? and how does it impact on other users. Just that several years ago I was involved with a charity event there, and it was pointed out this was theirs, and I'd just like some sort of clarification, just to have a better understanding.
Through you,
Mr.
Mayor
Gurney,
Statham.
thank you.
I'll take that one on.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Thank you, Mr. Gurney. Anyone else wishing to speak on this? Councillor Bryce, right of reply. There's no dissent. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous. Thank you. 10.2, developing our built environment, Lithgow flood plain risk management study and plan for 2023.
Move. Oh. Yeah, with the floodplain. That's it.
Is that Councillor Ring? Have a seconder, thank you.
Apologies, Councillor O'Connor. I'd like to move an amendment. I'd like to move to defer this item until such time as it is brought back to a councillor information briefing session. If someone would like to second that.
I'll support that.
Oh.
Second that.
Okay, Councillor O'Connor, thank you. This is a very complex document. It impacts, I believe, something like 2,900 residents in our community. Doesn't impact on me in Portland, luckily, but it is a complex document and we need to understand it. There has not been a briefing on this with councillors. And I went through and checked the entire term of this council. There's nothing, unless I missed something. But I think we need to have a full and frank discussion about this, where we can ask questions, we can thrash it out, and we can see if things can't be improved. This is causing, I know, in the community a lot of stress for people. And regardless of the council saying it won't impact or insurance companies can't look at it, I don't think that's the reality. I think we need to be confident moving forward, and I'd like to have a better understanding of it.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor O'Connor.
I fully support what Councillor Ring said. We need more information. There is people that can't get insurance. We need more consultation with householders and everybody else that's concerned. So I'm happy for information session and more community consultation if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Anyone else? Councillor Coleman?
Yeah, I support the deferral as well. I attended the public community briefing, but I still would like to workshop this with staff, with fellow councillors and community residents going forward. I'd like to explore safeguards for our residents, and I don't see any of that mentioned in this report. So yes, I support the deferral.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor McGee?
Yes, I think that there's certainly more information out there from the local residents. I think that they should be encouraged to put forward anyone with issues should come forward so that we can not only get a general idea, a much better idea in an information session, but hear legitimate complaints from people who have been categorised as high risk, etc., and it's affecting their insurance and why, and just have a good look at it. So I support the deferral.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Any other speakers? Councillor Bryce?
I think it's important that we defer it. There's a lot of data here that we need to understand. We need to make sure that if we're adopting a plan that is best met our community. There's just too much data for us to make the decision tonight. I prefer to defer it. I did go to the community meeting, and I was a bit confused about the way they put the system together. I would like to understand how it's put together, and also the implications of council not adopting the flood plan. We need to understand what the process is and what the role the government has had in the implementation of this plan, or the setting up of this plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Anybody else? Councillor Marnie?
I've travelled along with this plan before I came on the council. I was actually a community rep when the plan was first started. There has been some minor application of flood management issues, and I do applaud the previous council for a relatively minor piece of work, but it has resolved flooding issues for about 3 or 4 houses in the Vale of Clwyd. Whilst I might sound like I'm contradicting myself supporting a deferral here, this is a complex document that's come in front of the council for the first time, not an issue that's come in front of the council for the third time. I just want to ask for a few considerations. Councillor Ring is correct. It's close on heading towards 3,000 properties that are impacted by the plan. The fact that we did get 150 participants at the attendance, as well as 51 written submissions, tells us that there is a fairly strong community concern about it. The key issue that people have been talking to me about is the differential between natural stream or river flooding, where water exits a stream, such as Farmers Creek, and then moves into the surrounding land. What people are struggling to get their heads around, being captured in a flood-prone plan, relates to the overland flows, which then meet constriction points such as all the way along Western Main Street, outside the Gangan Gallery, outside the Fast Fox 2LT, outside the Still dealership. Those areas then act as artificial constriction points which bank water back up into the urban landscape. Similarly, out at Marangaroo, we've got a subdivision that's embedded in a man-made drainage system which causes all sorts of issues there. I tend to be a person who's got some optimism about these things, that there are pathways forward, and I can see the start of some of those pathways being realised. However, the issue for the resident is their concern about insurances and how that becomes prohibitively financially, and we may get people rolling the dice that may choose to underinsure or not insure at all. And that's a risk when we start literally liquidating built assets. I think there's also an issue where on page 29, I think the report rightfully talks to the fact around the flood risk management plan not being a policy document in which stormwater issues are to be addressed. The stormwater management policy or plan, I would suggest, is far more suited to deal with the stormwater issues. Because what people want to know, having seen the maps, is how do I get out of the red zone? Am I permanently embedded in the red zone of stormwater inundation? Or is there a pathway forward with the use of some of those special rate variation money that its program of work is driven by this plan? So if it's identified as a red zone high risk, they're the things that queue up first to be addressed. The last point I'll make is that there are changing reading of the data where we've gone from, we had a voluntary house raising scheme, and basically there was 27. I'm not sure if my house is still in it. I haven't looked at the 9 that's related. I think there's lots of pathways that can be explored other than house raising in some locations. I won't give others individual advice, but if I blew on the side of my house, there's a good chance it might start to bend. So trying to lift a 1907 combined weatherboard house may not be an option, but there are other options in my mind there. But I understand that there's some statements about the council not incurring liability and the insurance company hasn't got visibility. The reality is that any insurance company worth its salt would have, looked at the various things that have gone on. So Councillor Bryce quite rightly asked, well, what happens if we don't adopt it? Well, as the report says, it'll default back to the Lithgow Flood Study Review of 2017. I concur with the councillors in the need to have a very detailed brief. I think it needs to focus on a singular subject matter for the briefing, and we do need to raise those concerns that residents brought forward to us. So whilst there are issues, and I need to have that clarified, of whether we are able to access state government funding for the stream-based flood mitigation works, like what has occurred in the lower section of Farmers Creek around Coal.
I'll need a seconder, please. A mover to give you more right to speak, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Bryce, have a seconder, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ring.
I'll be brief to close out. Those funds are going to come through the state government once completion and adoption of the plan is there. The problem, and I don't think anyone in the lower sections of Farmers Creek will not want to see those works proceed if required. The problem is the other percentage of people that are captured in the stormwater inundation shape. Those people are the ones who are really wringing their hands over this, and there's quite considerable concern in the community. So I have raised that issue all the way through the committees, that separation of the two flooding zones, and I hope that can be addressed and explained to the councillors before that comes back to them for a decision.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Ring, it appears that everybody's in favour of the deferral of this matter. Are you happy if I put the motion?
Very briefly, yes.
Yes, so you don't need right of reply. I can put the motion.
Being very brief.
I'll put
yes.
the motion. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Thank you. Thank you. Next item, 10.22, planning agreement proposal, subdivision Coldrew Drive.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Councillor Ring? Oh, certainly. Thank you for the people that attended Public Gallery tonight. We really appreciate you coming in. And if anyone would like to leave, now your matter's been dealt with, you're very welcome. And I hope you have a nice Christmas. Thank you. Councillor Ring, thank you.
No, it's a straightforward report. I've really got nothing to add to it, Councillor. I might ask that after this we could have a 5-minute recess. That'd be nice.
All right. Councillor Bryce?
Sorry, Ms. Statham, I just want to point out, if people don't already know, that council are paying the VPA of 6,800 on 46 blocks. So I think that's really good.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor O'Connor?
Thanks, Mayor. It's a very generous amount. It'll probably set a precedent for everybody else that's doing a subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. If nobody else is wishing to speak, I'll put the motion. Sorry, Councillor Leslie.
It was just a question. In the attachments, there's the map of the division. I was just would like clarification if when Coldrew Drive becomes Three Tree Drive, it ends up in a block of land that's presumably available for future development, number 210499398. Is it the intention of when that particular block, if and when that particular block comes up for development, that the road, Three Tree Drive, be extended to James O'Donnell Drive?
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Mr. Edgecombe. Mr. Edgecombe?
Through you, Ms. Statham, yes, eventually.
Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe. Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Any other speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Ring. All right, put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous. Thank you. We'll have
You need a division there. I believe it's a planning matter.
Yes, a division. All those in favour say aye. Councillor Bryce, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Marnie, Councillor McGee, Councillor Leslie, Councillor Ring, Councillor Coleman and Councillor Statham. Thank you. Is the council wishing to have a 5-minute? Yes. Can I have somebody move that we do that? Thank you. Councillor Bryce and second to Councillor Ring. All those in favour say aye. We'll have a 5-minute only. Definitely. Thank you. move that we go back into session, thank you.
I'll move it.
Councillor Coleman, Councillor Ring seconded. All those in favour say aye. Right, we do not want to be here at midnight, councillors. Right, 10.2.3, tender evaluation, sewer mains relining. Thank you.
I'll move it.
Thank
Second.
you, Councillor Bryce. Who seconded that, please? Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Bryce.
Nothing to say, it's pretty straightforward.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yep, it's a good thing. 670 metres of sewer that's to be relined. And that's what we need all over that estate out that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Ring.
I have a question, if I may, for you to the administration. I mean, this is really critical work, and I understand the problem of getting supplies in the current climate. What does confuse me, you talk about the rationale of assigning a value for money, you're comparing it to other tenders. This report gives the single tender a 10 out of 10. I don't understand how you can do it when there's nothing to compare it against.
Sorry, Mr. Trapp, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. So through our policies and our procedures on how we do that, it's all based on a formula, how we get that value for money. So yeah, if there's only one, we have to assign it a 10, unless there are other factors that come into it. For example, we could get a tender that's incredibly low price, but the value isn't actually there because they haven't submitted the correct things. But yeah, as I say, our procedures for actually evaluating are very much in value for money based on just a mathematical formula.
If and when time permits, I wouldn't mind sitting down and just getting a better understanding of that, if I may.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Thank you, Mr. Trapp. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Marnie.
Briefly, look, as I was saying earlier on, these are some of the material responses to this. I agree with Councillor O'Connor. This will make for significant improvements. I also like the fact that there's a dedicated communication officer within the workforce, which we should get very good flow of information going back into the organisation and hopefully in turn into the community. It might shine that light that I've been suggested I get out.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any other speakers, please? Right of reply, Councillor Bryce.
Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Trapp. Interflow did the Colebrook Street lining as well. Yeah. So they've already had a performance and criteria met in our work in our local area as it is. So very happy to use them again.
Thank you, Mr. Trapp and Councillor Bryce. Any other persons? Oh, I'll put the motion. Pardon? Yeah, that was right reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous, thank you. (10.2.4) Maddox Lane SPS tender valuation. Thank you. Have a mover, thank you.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Councillor O'Connor.
It's just another tender, and it's good to see new pump stations and whatever going in, so it's all needed out that way.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Bryce.
Yeah, this is the service, the new subdivision there near Maddox Lane. Was it called something Arms something? Yeah, that's it. So yeah, good to see it's happening.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Any other speakers? Councillor Ring.
I have a question, if I may, for you to the administration.
Yes, certainly.
The report talks about the upgrade of I understand the upgrade of the pump, talks about the 80 new blocks, but what is the capacity for additional development in that area? Because it's good to say, yeah, we've got 80 blocks that's being subdivided. There's a lot of land there that could be subdivided in the next 12 months. I'd really hope that we've got increased capacity other than just the 80.
Mr. Trapp, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham, yep, we've certainly taken that into account. Some of the other blocks out there are very similar to the existing subdivision, so we've accounted for that in the design, and we're working, being the D&C contract, we'll be able to work with the contractors to make sure we get the exact amount of lots right and put in a bit of wiggle room for further subdivision and the like in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Trapp.
Thank you, Mr. Trapp and Councillor Ring. Any other speakers, please?
Yes. Just a quick comment. Obviously mentioned this early on with the replacement of infrastructure, but what I do like on this, and I'd like to understand some thinking around some of your planning, that you've got a bigger wet well, so we've actually got opportunities to capture surcharge, so they're not ending up out into streams and drainage lines. So as much as I take a very concentrated interest in this, in bringing forward issues, I'm very happy also to acknowledge when really quite clever or responsive approaches are taken to address this issue. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any other speakers, please? Right of reply, Councillor O'Connor.
No, thank
I'll
you.
put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. 10.2.5, Lithgow Correctional Facility SPS tender.
I'll move this.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Marnie, would you like to speak to that?
Just briefly, same comment as previously, but again, interested in that you've got back to base monitoring built into this. So if we are having flows that are a problem, they're able to be seen. So I think it's important that we understand we're not just putting like for like into things, that we're starting to think about responses to this challenge. So again, thank you for your work on it.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Bryce?
Yeah, happy with this. Obviously, they need a new one out there, and I doubt if there'll be any growth out there. Hopefully not.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Any other, Councillor Leslie?
There we go. Just a question. Is the correctional facility themselves throwing in any money for this particular sewage pumping station, which is probably essential for their own inmates?
Mr. Trapp, thank you.
Through you, Mayor. They aren't as a direct contribution or anything like that. They pay their rates, and we've identified it as a problematic pump station, so we're going to go in and repair the infrastructure. It does service a couple of other lots, and in sort of preparation for any work that does happen at Marangaroo, whether it does or doesn't happen, we're making sure that we're future-proofing that pump station at least for the life of that infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Trapp and Councillor Leslie. Anyone else wishing to speak? Right of reply, Councillor Marnie.
Just one comment. I'd be very interested in the rating structure for that establishment, but no other comment.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. 10.2.6, the Foundation's Development Control Plan. Yes, we have. Thank you. Sorry. Certainly have. Yes, DA 16./23, retaining walls, Kramer Park, Kiln Street, Portland.
I move it.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Bryce.
I see the existing walls were built back in the 70s. There's some erosions around it. By putting up these new walls, they'll be safer for the public. They actually look nicer, but safety is number one for the park out there.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, this will enhance Lime Street all around there. It's good infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor McGee.
Yes, fantastic for Portland in general. The grandstand nearly finished, coming along beautifully. Have to extend thanks to Paul Toole for organising that for us, as well as the retaining walls, which are becoming dangerous. There is a lot of erosion there. They've quite a few faults, and to have that rectified will just make the showground a usable feature for Portland, which is just fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Ring?
Yeah, another question, thanks, if I may, for you to the administration.
Yes, certainly.
The report talks about the presence of asbestos or potential presence of asbestos. Could we please be advised what work has been undertaken to determine the presence or otherwise of asbestos behind the wall? What action is being undertaken to remediate that asbestos? And does this budget allow for the treatment of asbestos? The council has been called out before with works, particularly around Farmers Creek, contracts let, and then there were significant asbestos dumps found near the creek. So I'm just a bit cautious. I'd like to know what's in place.
Mr Edgecombe, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. If you note in the report, it does acknowledge that there's just the potential for asbestos, and we haven't conducted any work because the DA hasn't been approved. So now that this, hopefully that the DA has been approved, prior to conducting work, we'll take soil samples to identify the presence or lack thereof of asbestos, and take action accordingly to remediate the site, advise our landfills of the incoming asbestos and treat it accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring and Mr Edgecombe. Any other speakers, please? Right of reply, Councillor Bryce. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous, thank you. Carried. There is a division. Yes. All those in favour say aye. All the councillors, thank you. 10.3, strengthening our economy. 10.3, Lithgow Emerging Economy Plan, preferred governance model. Can I have
I'd like to move this, please, Mayor Statham. I have an amendment that I'd like added. I'd like item 2A to read, on item A, terms of reference of the committee must ensure the current role of the Mayor in Section 355 committee is maintained and the General Manager is a non-voting member.
Could you just repeat that, please, Councillor Ring?
Amend item 2A to read, terms of reference of the committee must ensure the current role of the Mayor in the Section 355 committee is maintained and the General Manager is a non-voting member.
And I don't second that.
Oh, that's fine.
Do I have a second to thank you?
I do.
Councillor Coleman?
I'll talk about that amendment shortly, but this is it's a first step in moving towards evolving our economy away from traditional industries. It's not a document without its flaws or faults, but it will be a living document. It's one that will change and will have to change depending on the economic movements and fluctuations, financial. There's a whole raft of things that will impact on this document moving forward. Now, it's not just my view about the flaws in this document. It's also the broader business community, which I've met with in my capacity on the chamber. But there's no desire from anyone to actually place this document on hold. We want to move forward. We want this to happen. Now, I am not convinced, and some of the councillors here who were at the last briefing session are aware that I have very firm views over the governance, and I think there are any other governance models that can be used. I am happy to not argue that at this point, which is why I brought in that the Mayor should be in this committee as the position of Mayor is with any committee. We need to have confidence that the Mayor can chair an important committee meeting like this, and I have no doubt that she can. My involvement with the larger business in town hasn't changed at all because I got back on council. Business want to work with this council. They want to move forward. They want change. And any reference to, that might mean the board of the Bamboo, Centennial Coal, someone might want to be on it because that's rubbish. The people we will be dealing with, or the people we're dealing with now, are the local faces. They will go back up to more senior staff and come back. Section 355 committee, let's see the terms of reference. But what I do want is the Mayor's role cemented in that like it is in any other committee that we have. I think that's very important moving forward. I'm happy to see the full terms of reference come forward and make a decision on whether or not I'm satisfied with that as a governance model or whether or not there needs to be changed. But at the moment, I think the chair and the head of that committee should be the mayor. And if we're asking the larger businesses to get involved and take time, they need to have a say. And I think the role for the general manager or his associate should be one to provide advice to those businesses. We want their input from this point on. Other than that, I think that's what we need to move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Coleman?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Statham. When I read the report and I read top of page 58, it said it considers that such a committee should comprise a council representative and the general manager or his delegate. I agree. I agree that the mayor should be on the committee, and I agree that they, whoever they may be now or into the future, should be chairing this committee. This is, as far as I'm concerned, this is a working document, and this document and this committee will continue into the future. So that's why I support the mayor being the chair. It's also important for the mayor to be the chair because you're our representative. The mayor's the councillor's representative. We represent the community and you represent us, and that's why it's important that you're on this committee as the chair. I mean, yeah, maybe an appointment of an independent chairperson in the future, but for the moment, if it's going to be a council committee, it should have the mayor as the chair. Going over the document, there was a few questions that I needed to ask. If I could, please. Energy Australia, oh, thank you. Energy Australia has announced what might be called a progressive closure plan as the power station itself transitions from baseload to dispatchable and then back energy supplied. And then that the one closure will precipitate almost all the others. Can we get some expansion on that? Have they, through you, Mayor, through to Mr. Edgecombe, have they gone into detail in regards to their closure and what's actually the date they're predicting?
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Mr. Edgecombe, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham, they haven't gone into any other detail than the councillors have been provided regarding their closure dates. It's still very much a closure period that we're referring to. But in terms of their workforce closure plan, transition plans and the like, they've been very open with that, and we appreciate it. And their ideas would be valued in the form of a governance vehicle moving forward.
Great, thank you. If I could please, Mayor Statham. In March 2023, the new state government announced its intent to deliver on its regional economic transition policy in coal regions by establishing authorities. One of those authorities is the Central West Jobs and Investment Authority. Do we know anything more about that? I understand that your good self was meeting with the Premier and other ministers the other week. Did they go into any more detail regarding that particular authority and when it's actually going to evolve?
No, there was very little talk on that. To be quite truthful, with the limited time that I had with them, which was more time than I had possibly even expected, there seemed to be much more certainty in what I asked or requested of them than didn't have that on my list. But we certainly had a very good, we were very, very pleased at the amount of time they allowed for us, Councillor Coleman. The General Manager would like to add to that.
But certainly in the discussions we've had at the political and bureaucratic level with the current government, they have consistently reaffirmed their commitment to the establishment of the jobs and investment authorities. The view is that there will be 4 across the state, as we understand. They're on the public record, and they do recognise that there is a great imperative and a case for the Lithgow, which will be bundled with the Central West, Midwestern Council. There's an imperative for real action shortly.
If I could then, Mayor Statham, in the bottom of page 55, it states that a July roundtable was held in the Hunter to update those communities on government's plan, and at the time it was indicated a second roundtable would be held in Lithgow before the end of the year. This occurred on the 10th of November 2023. Do we know what discussions were held at that round table? Did you attend?
I certainly did, and it was a fantastic meeting. I think there was possibly over 30 people there. I was invited to sit next to Minister Courtney Houssos. I spoke to her. I've met her before. I've lobbied her before. I thought we had a wonderful outcome, and I only said to the General Manager late this afternoon that we seem to have a bit of a rapport, and I think she realises the urgency, which was, I think, one of the words she used, of the situation that the Lithgow local government area is in. She was positive, she listened. There was a lot of other people from our high-level businesses there, but we came away feeling quite happy with the result.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. If I could please, on page 59, it states engagement with Centennial and Energy Australia on the future of coal and impacts to their respective workforces. Both organisations have been forthcoming in these discussions and council is appreciative of that. So they're clearly talking to their workforce about transition and what's the future for them. Do we have any more detail on those conversations?
The latest detail that I could be aware of, some of it's embargoed, but the rest of it, I believe, is both of those high-level businesses were at the round table that day down at the university. They all had lots of questions to ask. I think there was only possibly one negative, perhaps, voice there, but I believe that we had an exceptional day, worth waiting for this, and we were very delighted to be able to get so many people heard around that table. They all had a chance, and I think the outcome was very positive.
Thank you. And on page 60 of 97, there's a list of companies listed in that box up the top, but one of the companies is not known to me. It says Joss Transitions. What do we know what that is? I don't know what that is. I just wanted to know what that was.
Mr. Edgecombe may be able to speak to that. Thank you.
My apologies, Mayor Statham. I will need to get clarification. I did seek further detail from the authors of the plan, and it's just lost to me right now. So I'll take that away and I'll bring a response to you tomorrow.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe. Are there any other speakers, please? Councillor Goodwin?
Can I go through you, Mayor Statham, to the General Manager and ask what the implications are in relation to the Amendment A that Councillor Ring has put forward? I don't know what the implications will be by having the Mayor and the Mayor on the committee and the General Manager not being able to vote. What are the implications to that?
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. The General Manager, thank you.
What the motion that was proposed by the administration does is encourage the council to really open its mind to the best model for the profound change that is required. 43% of the value created in this city today is created from coal mining and thermal power generation, and we need to be right at the top of our game and bring the best people to the table. And governance sounds bland and boring, but it's really imperative that we have the best governance model. And what we wanted to do, and of course, that doesn't mean council losing control at all. In fact, we're standing up this committee and this group just in an interim fashion, hoping that it's soon overtaken by the Jobs and Investment Authority, by the New South Wales government. But whilst ever we're taking that early action, we want to ensure that it's the best governance arrangement. And so the recommendation goes to giving the administration licence or authority to bring back much more detail about the models. And certainly within that we'd have regard, as Councillor's Ring amendment is doing, for the role of the council and the control or the influence or the safeguards that are in there for the council. But we really wanted not to at this point in time fetter the mind or limit the mind in terms of what the model is. But we're in the council's hands, And in any event, I think importantly, the administration is just seeking a mandate to keep going forward with LEAP because I don't want to exaggerate, but we think we really do need to get started now, and LEAP tells us that.
Mr. Appen, I'd like to make an amendment to go back to the original motion.
You're going to foreshadow an amendment to go back to the original motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Bryce. Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah, I think the first recommendation that was put out by the administration is satisfactory. I think they know what they're trying to do and they know how they want to run it. I'm happy with that. I don't see where stopping the general manager or the mayor is going to have any impact on it at all. So that's my.
Councillor Bryce. Thank you, Councillor Goodwin.
I was under I thought that it was only going to be an interim committee until the authorities are set up. Once the authorities set up, they will take over the committee. They will be the ones dealing with them. We're not going to duplicate, once the authorities set up, another committee doing the same thing, because our key stakeholders aren't going to go to 2 meetings doing the same thing. So once the authority takes over, this committee will dissolve. I have no problem, just the way it is.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. The General Manager would like to make comment on that. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is the intention. But just to take a bit of licence, I'm not entering the debate, but I want to give the Council confidence that in any briefing that we bring back, the Council will have all options to consider, including the role of the construct of the chairing of that committee. I just want to give the Council that confidence.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Are there any other speakers, please?
Yeah,
Councillor Leslie.
Sorry, Councillor.
If I could, the General Manager threw in the comment just then of 43%, which generated from the power industry, wasn't it? Was that the 43%? Could you amplify that again for me? 43%
of the value created in the city is created from the principal 2 sectors of thermal power generation and coal mining, and the value adding, of course, to support businesses and the like.
Right. I was wondering how much of that 43% actually stays in the local government area, and how much of it just disappears off to China or somewhere else. And how does that compare with such other industries, such as farming, local businesses, and other things? I'd like a little more explanation than just this broad statement.
I'd probably take that on notice and bring that back to the briefing. But what LEAP confirmed and corroborated, and in the context of your inquiry, it's both an issue, it's both a benefit and a disbenefit. Lithgow's economy is very self-contained. We're not like the Hunter Valley, so we would get a higher percentage of retention of that funding, or that value, by comparison to the Hunter. Indeed, I've been in the Hunter quite a number of times recently, and if you know it, it's a vast area where the workforce flows and the industry flows and the economy flows one LGA into the other. In fact, there's a wave of people come out as far as Newcastle, right up to Muswellbrook, and they come back in the afternoon taking the money with them. So they have much more movement of that value across the Hunter. It's relatively contained, but I'll certainly look at LEAP again and bring back some of that information to the briefing session.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like now to speak against the amendment that's been moved by Councillor Goodwin. Section 355 committees are council committees, which may or may not include representatives from outside of the council. But the mayor is automatically a member of all 355 committees, and the mayor has the authority to be the chair of all 355 committees. So you may wish to change the motion so that that the mayor is not included, but that won't be legal. The 355 committee, the state government legislation will override that. So I believe that we should keep with the legislation, the Local Government Act, and keep the mayor, as Councillor Coleman has stated, our representative, elected by this council, elected by council to represent us. I believe that the mayor should continue to be the chair, and the general manager, who is an advisor and to the council, should be exactly that, an advisor to the mayor at these committee meetings.
Mayor Stephen, if I may.
Sorry, Councillor Ring, I think, thank you, Councillor Leslie, Councillor McGee, and then Councillor Ring, thank you.
Yes. My understanding is that, of course, the mayor always has the prerogative to chair any council committee, especially the 355 committee. We've been through the advantages of a 355 committee in the numerous information sessions that we've been to on this, and having stayed awake for them, it's amazing what you learn. And this is so much bigger than just another council committee. This has representation from the federal government, the state government, our local high schools, and to that end, I know for a fact that they're very excited about this action that we are taking, because they will be involved in the future of this town. I believe the universities are involved in this committee. And the idea of getting this rolling will just be so advantageous for this LGA, because when the state government and the federal government decide how they're going to roll out their funding for these transitions, which they are, it is in train, we will already have a committee formed and rolling for them to just seamlessly assist us with. And so I see nothing but benefits from this. And, the work already being done on the ground is listed at length, point after point after point, and all very good points. And I just think that, whether it be the general manager or the mayor or anyone delegated by us, because it is us the councillors that make these decisions, but I see advantages and disadvantages with the mayor and the general manager, but I think the general manager can't be ruled out arbitrarily from being a voting member of this committee, because he's most likely about to be around longer than anyone else, and the information is not based on the next election. It's something amusing.
Excuse me, keep on track, please. Keep on track,
Sorry,
thank
I'll
you.
just ask a question. Do you want me to answer?
No, sorry, you've had your
well,
say.
I'm sorry,
Excuse me, I said you have had your say.
No,
Move
Councillor
on.
McGee asked me a question, and I just asked if I could answer, but you said I can't. Fine.
That's correct. You've already had your questions. Councillor McGee, finish, please.
Yeah. Yes. As I said, some of us stayed awake for these information sessions and learnt a lot.
Point of order. Look, I'm happy to sit through personal attacks on myself. I'm not going to put up with this. We led the meeting with a commentary about streamlined and professional behaviour. If this is your concept of professional behaviour...
Excuse me, councillors. I'm going to take Councillor Marnie's point of order. But as far as I'm concerned, Councillor Leslie, you had 3 questions and commentary, and it was rude of you to actually, I saw what you did, it was rude of you to do what you did. So let's move on. Finish, please, Councillor McGee. And I've ruled on the motion, and all right, thank you. Let's move on. Thank you.
If I may, Councillor Stephen.
Yes, Councillor.
Just to clarify a few things, the Section 355 committee will not necessarily have representatives from the schools or the universities. My understanding from reading the documents, it'll be more the higher level players. The schools and other organisations will be consulted. As Councillor Leslie said, requirement that the mayor is on there. It's a standard. Now, as for not having the general manager as a voting delegate, wasn't made arbitrarily. It was an informed decision, because the general manager may not be the person there. It may be one of his representatives, but they will be the people leading the discussion, providing information and advice. If we want input from other organisations, we need them to be able to make decisions and vote. I have confidence in the capacity of the mayor to chair a meeting. I am surprised that it appears that there are councillors here who are not satisfied that she could actually chair it. I don't think the mayor's chairing this meeting would stemmy conversation or cause problems or make it a very restricted discussion. I think it shows full involvement from this council supporting the movement forward. I think it's critical that the mayor is on there.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Coleman.
Yes, I'd like to speak against the amendment as well put up by Councillor Goodwin. I think it's imperative that the mayor is the chair. You live here. You're the local. You're elected. You're the one that people speak to. It's important to take that into the meeting. It's important to provide that function to the community.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Any other speakers? Right of reply, Councillor.
Just briefly, sorry, Mayor Stephen. I won't answer a question here, but I thought the question posed by Councillor Leslie does need some investigation.
Certainly you can ask questions, Councillor Marnie, but Councillor Leslie had asked, I think, 3 questions and commented, and
Yes.
then we'd moved on.
No, I'm not going to ask Councillor Leslie a question. I'm just responding to a question he posed. Thank you. Just that economic analysis around high value industry, looking at the volume shedding of profits out of the local economy, and then the income to debt ratio that plays out with potentially with those employees as we get rising housing costs and as a percentage of outputs, and then what disposable income comes out to play out of that. And equally looking at the other end where we've got high volume employment with low level income and the same high debt threshold almost nullifies their participation as in that sort of local economy. What I'm interested in is I'm very supportive of this going forward, and I understand the importance of it. I'd like there to be some focus around, again, those 3 points around the housing strategy. I think that is an essential part of it, to look at how we create the housing for the expanding workforce we describe. I don't know that I clearly understand the plan forward there. So I'm happy to support it. But I do make those points. I'm happy to come back to you with some detail outside of meeting because it's,
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Right of reply, Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. Mayor Statham, I believe you're very capable of chairing the meeting, and I believe that we'll decide on who's on the committee at whatever point it comes to us. As Councillor Leslie states, that you can be on all the 355 committees. It doesn't need to be included into the amendment. So why change it? We don't need this in the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. I'll put Councillor Goodwin's amendment. All those in favour say aye. Against? The amendment has been won. Yes, which becomes the motion, of course. So I'll put the original motion, thank you, or the motion. All those in favour of the motion, thank you. And yes. Yes, carried, thank you. Ten point 3.2 Lithgow Evolving Economy Plan, Interim Action Plan.
I'd like to move it, Mayor Statham. I have an additional point that I'd like to put with it.
I'll second it.
I'll just wait, Councillor Bryce, till you see if the point is what you would second. Councillor Ring's got another point to put. Thank you.
Enough comment. The additional point I have is, or the additional point 4, is that budget items 2, base consultant, 8, design and investigation, interim and pilot tech school, and 9, reuse strategic site master plan at the third, pending further information and review by the proposed S355 committee.
Could you please?
No, it's free. It's 1 point. In the attachment, Mayor Statham, to clarify, in the attachment where it lists the program, it provides the budget on the final page, and I'm referring to budget items. And I'll read that out again. It's on the page. These items are on the budget. And all I'm asking for is they're deferred, pending further information and review by the Section 355 committee.
Could you explain that a little bit better, please, Councillor Ring?
Sorry.
You mentioned points a moment ago. Could
No,
you repeat those points?
The budget items,
Yes.
2, they're not points, they're budget items.
Yes.
They're listed in the table, in the attachments.
Yes.
Budget item 2, which is base consultants. Item 8, which is design and investigation. And item 9, which is a reuse strategy. I'm talking about those items requesting further information and for a review by the Section 355 committee. I'm not holding up anything else, but I don't do it unless someone is going to second it.
Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you.
I will, for the purpose of debate.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
At the last information session, this was presented to us without adequate information. It was presented by a consultant who had actually worked on this budget, worked on the documentation, and then during the process of that night indicated that he'd be one of the consultants potentially tendering. So I have concerns with that from a probity issue. He did rectify his statement that he could have been, but I still have issues with it. I'm fairly confident in the rigorous procurement policies and actions of council, but that raised alarm bell, and that is my role as a council, is to raise alarm bells and to look at governance. And as the General Manager said, governance is boring. I enjoy governance. I think governance is exceedingly important, and it is my main role as a councillor in this chamber. Now, the majority of the items that have been put up, I'm happy with. I have no problem. But these items, I have concerns with. This is why I want someone else to look at it. Item 2 is $290,000 for consultancy fees. And there's a long list of items which this will be applied to. In court, we've just endorsed this plan, and this interim plan is saying that we now want to pay a consultant to do a final review. I'm sorry, we've endorsed it. Send it to the government, allow it to be independently reviewed by the government at their cost. They can bring it back to us. It also talks about review and endorsement of LEAP by the interim government vehicle, paid out of the $290,000. My understanding is we're employing an economic development manager. Let the economic development manager do this job. Let's get that person recruited. That's part of this budget. Item 8. Now, I know Councillor Marnie is very impressed with the STEAM programs, and I went out to the event at the foundations. It was a very good day. It's very important moving forward. But when you read in the report, on page 64, development of business case for future external funding opportunities for a pilot project to increase STEAM skills in a regional context across the Central West. If that's the case, then this is a project that should be funded by the joint organisation with all councils and their ratepayers contributing, not just our ratepayers paying for the benefit of the broader Central West community. This is our ratepayers' money. The final item is $130,000 to review a site that could be modified, adapted, rehabilitated. I'm sorry, but we have two examples of that in our community, Green Spot and the foundations, both excellent examples. I honestly believe that that money, and we're talking close to 300,000 or just over 300,000, would be better off being redirected to other purposes, specifically in my opinion, and I'm not putting my opinion up here as a part of the motion, it's just part of the discussion. I think that money would be better off to doing the review that's required for the local LE environment plan. It's long overdue for a major overhaul. That's also important moving forward, but I would like just to defer those three items to the Section 355 committee with additional information coming back to us so we can make an informed decision.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Coleman?
I'm pleased that I second that amendment. I was unaware that that amount was being put aside for consultants. That's greatly concerning. And as Councillor Ring said, this is ratepayers' money, public monies, and we have a responsibility. So yes, I would like those items deferred as well to a 355 committee. I think that's good governance.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Councillor Price?
This 355 committee that we're forming includes our key stakeholders, Energy Australia, Green Spot, Bamboo, Centennial, whatever you want to call them, the government, state, federal, and we're asking them to review our budget. I find that really odd. I find they're going to have a vote to say what our budgets are. I think this is the wrong place to be putting it in. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Anyone else wish? Councillor McGee?
Yes, I think Councillor Ring quite misses the point of the 355 committee. It's a much larger, broader committee than that, as Councillor Bryce points out, to do our own budgeting for us. I think that as far as that sort of allocation for consultants, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys, and we've got very good consultants to this stage from the information sessions that I've attended and paid attention at.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Leslie?
Madam Mayor, I wonder if I could ask Councillor Ring a question.
You can ask me, Councillor Leslie, and I can ask the General Manager or something like that, but it certainly wouldn't be etiquette to ask another councillor a question.
Councillor Stapleton, if I could just ask. My understanding is a councillor can, for you, ask a question.
That's what I just said.
Apologies, I missed.
Well, the question is that I've opened the attachment and I've seen the item budget and I've seen point 2, which says base external consultant allocation, $290,000. The question I'm asking is Councillor Ring's motion to actually get more detail on that $290,000 external consultant budget allocation?
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. The General Manager will speak to that. Thank you. Oh, sorry, he was writing. Could you repeat that? Thank you, Councillor Leslie.
Is the motion asking for further detail on the base external consultant allocation, which the estimate is $290,000? So is the motion to get more detail on that? I mean, it's just a blunt figure. We don't know anything about it.
Mr. General Manager, thank you.
I read the motion that there be no more action on items 2, 8 and 9. 2, 8 and 10, was it? Anyway, 2, 8 and 9, until those matters go to a committee to be established at some point in the future. And if I can pivot off that question, and thank you for asking it, Councillor Leslie, I'm not entering the debate, but I need to say to the council that Items 2 and 8 are problematic. And I get that people are using the term consultant, but the truth is that Lithgow Council is within the period when it should be driving fiercely to transition its economy. We should be acting now, not late. We're beginning a 10-year journey, and we have to be at the top of our game, and we need to attract the best people that we can. The hard reality is that there are skills shortages. We've been to the market once for an economic development manager. We were unsuccessful. We're out again. We're hopeful on this second round with a differently pitched advertisement and review of the remuneration that we will succeed. But we do not have time to wait to then build a structure underneath that person. And the term consultants, and we're doing this across the organisation, there have been numerous reports to the council about skill shortages and still delivering outcomes. We have to do that with contracted labour. Until we can employ people permanently that want to be in this organisation to do, and it is leading edge work, and we'll get there, but we're not there today. So we need to employ these people, and we need to get going today. So with combining both those things, we have been to the market and following proper procurement, we have engaged 2 people that are deeply invested in Lithgow, and they're getting LEAP going now. And there are 2 pages, I think, in both of these reports about LEAP that speak to the actions that have already been able to be implemented. But none of those will be able to be done, and if we don't have resources, we will grind to a halt. And with due respect to the federal and state governments who are trying to establish the right arrangements, in our view, they're taking too long from Lithgow's perspective, and we have to get going. So it is problematic, item 2. And item 8, if I can speak to that, Mr Edgecombe is working, and again, in those 2 pages of actions, it talks about the work that has been occurring with Western Sydney University, local schools and the like, to assemble a grant application for a STEAM facility. I've seen one in the Hunter where primary school and secondary school students are going there. They're learning robotics, they're learning aeronautics, they're having more success with primary children than secondary children. They're learning pattern making, they're learning die casting, they're learning marketing and the like. They're learning skills of the future. And in particular, young girls in those places are learning skills of the future. And we've assembled all of the foundations from which we can now springboard into a grant application. Mr Edgecombe has identified a grant application in the last few days, and Western Sydney University and Council are running at assembling a grant application. So we do seek licence from the Council for items 2 and 8. Item 9 certainly can come back to the Council and be further debated. But from the administration's perspective and being very close to LEAP, and doing those things we've been doing over the 12 months to bring it to life, it really would be helpful to get some resources and to really drive at STEAM. STEAM really is a game changer. And I'll leave it at that.
If I
Thank
may,
you, Mr General Manager.
if I may, Councillor Staphen.
Have you already spoken?
No, I just wanted, if I could, to ask a question of the General Manager, if I could.
I'll allow that.
Thank you. If I were to modify this and to take 2 and 8 out, I mean, I still have concerns with them. Are you able to provide over the next few days more detailed information on those items? I found the reports that you provided to date are very difficult to access. I'm happy to withdraw those pending further information to all councillors, but item 9, no, it's got to go to another committee. And I'll talk about that in closing remarks.
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for that offer. That would be very helpful. I'm very serious here. We haven't stopped. When LEAP was finalised in February, we started straight away, and we need to keep going. Every experience across Australia is that the intervention comes too late, and it doesn't make a speck of difference, and money is thrown around on things that don't matter. So we do need to get going, and 2 and 8 being excluded would be particularly helpful. And the retention of 9 is fine. We intend to have deep and continuous engagement with the council, and this is only an interim action plan.
I may then, on the basis of that, Councillor Statham, would you be happy if I moved an amendment to that or changed it? I just changed the point.
That's up to Councillor Coleman if she'll accept that point. Thank you.
I'm happy to accept that. I still have concerns regarding the consultants and how much money's been allocated to that, but I'm happy to
Thank you, Councillor
be flexible.
Councillor Ring.
If we can modify to the budget item 9, reuse strategic site master plan is deferred pending further information and reviewed by the proposed section 355 committee, and that the administration provide additional information on items 2 and item 8 to all councillors within the next 2 weeks.
You happy with that, Councillor Coleman?
Yeah, that's fine. I still want to speak to something else, so.
Have you already spoken on the amendment,
I
Councillor?
did second this, so if
Yes,
I'm allowed to
fine.
speak,
Yes.
yeah. I'm not going to speak to what I've already spoken to, but I am going to ask a question, if I could please, of the administration, Mayor Statham. Page 64 on 97, it states under what initiatives have council been addressing in the meantime, and it states on point 3, Main Street Renewal Program, replacement of all footpaths and associated footpath furniture. The question I have is, are we looking at the pavers? Do you, that old, story about little old ladies slipping over on the pavers? Is that part of this initiative, or is this a separate issue?
This is a separate project.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor Statham, I have an amendment. Sorry, I'd like to, for me, it's just a little bit too confusing. I want to go back to the original motion. I thought that was 100% fine.
I'll second that.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Goodwin? Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Goodwin.
Mayor Statham, just while we're waiting for the main plan to go through, the next steps, we need to move on it now by endorsing the interim action plan as is, can ensure that we're not left behind. That's it.
Goodwin. Who seconded that?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Councillor McGee.
Yes, I'm certainly convinced that the interim action plan is a good one and that we should be acting now.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Any other? Councillor Bryce.
Yeah, the amendment changes proposed by Councillor Ring still put budget decisions on outside council people, and so I think just take it back and hopefully we receive some more information on this.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Anyone else wishing to speak?
I'd like to speak against it. I fail to see how getting additional advice on spending $130,000 to effectively get an academic paper written on the reuse of a former industrial site when we have 2 sites already undertaking that work at no charge to council is confusing. That amazes me. As for the Section 355 committee, no committee makes budgetary decisions. The decision they'd be asked is this a priority of the council rates that we have raised to do what is essentially an academic activity? And I can tell you now, the major players in this town would not support this. The Section 355 committee is there to help lead this project, to guide it and provide advice. No committee makes budget decisions. No committee under Section 35 is ever delegated decision-making powers by this council. All they'll do is make recommendations which this elected chamber will either agree with or disagree. That's it. So no, I'm not going to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Anyone else wishing to speak? No. Right of reply, Councillor Goodwin.
No thanks.
I'll put Councillor Goodman's amendment. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. So the amendment becomes the motion. All those in favour say aye. Thank you. (10.4) Enhancing our natural environment. Could I have a mover here, please?
Is this for the meeting dates?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to move it.
Oh, sorry, I
Just
missed one.
that was really
Yes.
confusing.
Sorry. Yeah. 10.4, enhancing our natural environment, responsible governance and civic leadership. Could I have somebody move this, please?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. A seconder, thank you.
I'm happy to second it. Is this the meeting dates we're seconding?
Yes. Councillor Bryce.
Nothing to say. They're pretty straightforward.
Councillor Coleman.
Yes, thank you. Look, 7 meetings until the end of this term. I support the status quo. I believe that the next council elected in September next year can, change the meetings, if not, so they can have that decision. So I support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anybody else wishing to speak? If there's no dissent, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried, thank you. 10.5.2, 2022-23 financial statements. Could I have somebody move this, please?
Yep.
Councillor Bryce. A seconder, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Bryce, any discussion?
No.
If there's no dissent, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Thank you, carried. 10.5.3, 27/11/2023 to the 20th 2023-24 SRV program update. Could I
I'd like to move with an amendment, thank you.
Your amendment, Councillor Ring?
I'd like to add an additional point that the administration will develop a communication strategy to engage with the community on the underspend of the SRV.
Could I have a seconder, thank you?
Happy to second that. Communication.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Councillor Ring?
I think it's, as we discussed this in the Finance Committee, I think I agree with Councillor Marnie that it's good not to go out and rush to spend this money if we don't have the capacity to do so. However, Council went to the community saying we're going to increase rates, we're going to increase services. There's a hell of a lot of dissatisfaction in this community because nothing appears to be done. And there may be legitimate reasons for that, but it's also from this report clear that Council was, or the administration was aware they would not have the capacity to spend all this money because of the lateness of the approval. Hence I go back to the rates meeting in June where I moved to reduce the rate for 1 or 2 years and it could have been brought back. The community would like to have answers and I think it's very important that the Council effectively communicate what the issues are, what the problems are and why this action is being taken. Nothing controversial. The General Manager said a number of times we need to lift our game with these sort of issues. We now have a new Communications Manager. This is a very important issue that needs to be communicated.
I don't think the Communications Officer's commenced yet, Councillor Ring. Councillor Coleman.
Thanks, Mayor Statham, but I believe that they'll be starting soon, I hope, because this is really important. A communication strategy to engage with the community about the SRV is absolutely crucial. We need to be on the front foot. We need to be proactive in regards to this.
I believe the new Communications Officer commences in January. Thank you.
Right.
Are there any other comments on this, Councillor McGee?
Is this an amendment or is this the motion?
No, it's an additional
it's a motion
point.
with Councillor Ring's amendment.
It's an additional point.
It's an additional point.
It is the motion. It's the
Well,
motion.
I'd like to put an amendment that the motion be reverted back to the original motion.
Do I have a seconder for that?
Point of
Thank you.
clarification before we go there. Is not voting against Councillor Ring's additional point take us back there or not? Okay, thank you.
I need a seconder. Yes, I need a seconder, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor McGee?
Yes, I'm happy with the matter as it stands.
Yeah, Mayor Statham, I wasn't too concerned about point 2 except where it says the underspend of the SRV. If it was just engage with the community on the spend with the SRV, that would have been fine, but I'm not happy with the underspend.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Anyone else wishing to comment on that?
Yeah, I'd
Councillor
like to
Marnie?
speak against it. No.
Sorry, mate.
Councillor Ring?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. I'm sorry, we went to the community saying we can't increase our services, we don't have enough money. We're going to talk about this a bit later as well in the annual report. The community have an expectation that we are going to deliver services. And I don't know who some of the councillors you talk to, but I'm copping a bashing out there from people who are not satisfied that they're paying excessive rates, they're not getting anything done. And I don't think that this administration, not going out there and telling the council, the community the truth, that this is the situation, is not a good strategy. I think this council has a lack of confidence, consumer confidence by the community in the way they've been dealt with, and by not going out there engaging with them and saying, here's the situation, here are the problems we're facing, we're not wasting the money. I think this council is shooting itself in the foot. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Bryce?
Can I just have, can you scroll back up to the, sorry, can Trinity, oh yeah, oh there. If Councillor Ring could change that rather than the underspend on the SRV is just develop a ongoing communicational strategy, I would then definitely, support it, but I won't support it on the underspend. I would prefer, it's a language thing. I would prefer to see it say it would be better if we had an ongoing strategy to communicate the SRV within the community. Sorry.
If I may, Councillor Statham, not wishing to engage the General Manager in the debate, but could I get his opinion on actually how the administration would view, this is a public document now, people are reading it and there is discussion now about the underspend, I can tell you that now. What's the administration's view on going out and explaining this underspend to the community?
General Manager, thank you.
I hear it both ways. It concerns me personally to describe it as an underspend. I firmly believe it was a difficult decision for this council. They didn't arrive at it lightly. They received significant briefings. IPART reviewed the SRV and they acknowledged that even after the SRV we will still be amongst the lowest rating council in our category. We had a high regard for a capacity to pay. And I give this community real credit. We got a mandate from them that they wanted their assets improved. They wanted more attention on economic development and service improvement. It was a difficult issue. We would have loved to have received the determination from IPART earlier and then we could have delivered more. But the alternative was to surrender $3 million worth of investment back into this city. And so there's an ambition and a commitment from this council to fully spend all of the SRV, but we've been hamstrung this year and we were waiting for government at their pace to determine the SRV. And this was one of, I think, the latest SRV judgments that have been handed down. So we will be bringing on a new communications person as soon as possible. That's January the 8th, I think. And we will be deeply consulting with the community because we want to keep the momentum going. I think it was fantastic. The many discussions we had in hallways across the city, we want to keep that momentum going and we're going to have honest conversations. And when we had those honest conversations with our community, they really understood the challenges of running this city. And I'm sure they'll understand the challenge just in this first year with late advice of spending 100%. And they'll respect that we'll be able to utilise that about $3 million in subsequent years. I don't think they have a magical view in their mind. The world doesn't stop and start for them on 30th of June and 1 July. They just want the outcomes and we need as much capacity. So I don't believe it's appropriate to call it an underspend. Is my personal view, having been asked.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Right of reply, Councillor McGee.
I'd like to speak. Look, I don't have a problem. People can determine what they want to use it for. Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor McGee. But look, I've spent 30 years being exposed to the clever use of coded language, and I can write a sentence that has a lot of words but says nothing. And I don't think it's a problem to go to the community and talk to them about an underspend and explain the pathway to it and what the new timetable is. I certainly don't think spending money is an outcome in itself. So I think rushing to spend the money is neither a good thing. So I'm okay with that. I do note in here on page 74 that the action priorities of the flood risk mitigation plan will form the direction of the stormwater works, which I think is a good thing. That's obviously going to sit suspended, and we've got nearly $180,000 sitting there. So, so I understand why we've got to the underspend, and I'm not using that term in a critical sense. I understand there's a delay in the money arriving and some of the planning to make sure. The key thing for me with this report, it is a list of projects, largely they're very well defined, that explain to the community where that money's been spent. And that was one of the principal concerns I had, that we enter into a contract with the community that understand, here's the list, this is what we're going to do with the money. If there is a delay, we explain that openly and honestly to people. I know there's a pretty strong commentary out there, but we've got to build that confidence and trust. So that's a challenge for us. So I'm comfortable with us discussing the underspend with the community.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Cole?
Yes, I haven't spoken yet because I've been listening to the debate, but I would like to speak against the amendment. I don't have a problem with the word underspend either, and we need to be on the front foot with the language because, quite frankly, that word's going to be used anyway now from this debate. People are watching this debate. It'll be, used in the media. It'll be used on social media. So why not own the word and use the word and be proactive with the communication, because it's going to be used anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. If there's no other speakers, Councillor McGee, I'll put your right of reply, Councillor.
Yes, just a couple of points. For the IPART submission, there was we went to a lot of meetings, and the administration and councillors attended those meetings with the public and explained to IPART's satisfaction that the rate increase, the SRV, was to maintain services and avoid a reduction in services. And that was the critical point that we were at. And that's why it went through. As the General Manager points out, we are still one of the lowest rated areas. And the transition is extremely important, and I totally back the saving of money. It's not an underspend, it's saving money until we need it to use, until the opportunity arises. And one thing that I have learnt in this term on council is that you need the money in the bank to get the other funding. And it's a learning curve, and a big learning curve. But I think that when people approach councillors, if that can be explained to them, then it's going to save a lot of time. And I don't think we really need a designated person to explain what we all should be able to explain quite clearly and quite succinctly.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. I will put Councillor McGee's amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Against the amendment? Councillor Coleman and Councillor Ring and Councillor Marnie. The amendment now is the original motion. I'll put the original motion. All those in favour of the original motion? I'll call a division on that. Thank you. All those in favour of the original motion is Councillor Bryce, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor O'Connor, Councillor McGee and Councillor Statham. Thank you. 10.5.4 Delegations Register. Have a move.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to move that, Mayor Statham, but I'd like to change the motion, if I may.
Well,
I'd like to move that consistent with the recommendation at last Tuesday's Finance Committee meeting that this matter is returned to the Finance Committee for greater clarification and discussion.
So you're deferring the motion, councillor Ring?
I want it deferred back to
Yes, certainly.
consistent with the recommendation from the Finance Committee meeting. Timing of the Finance Committee meeting obviously precluded it being in this meeting.
Yes.
And I'm sure it was a mistake having this document in here without it being supported by the committee first.
Can I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Bryce, I think. I'll just move to defer that, councillor Ring, if there's nobody wishing to have dissent about that.
That's fine.
Is there any
Councillor.
dissent at all? Councillor, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. 10.5.5, Quarter 1 Budget Review 2023 to 24. Could I have a mover? Thank you.
I'll move it.
Thank you, councillor Bryce. Have a seconder? Thank you.
I'll second.
Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Bryce.
No, nothing to say.
Thank you, councillor Goodwin.
Nothing to say.
I'll put the motion if there's no dissent.
Councillor Statham, I
If
have
there's no
two
dissent.
questions.
Councillor Ring.
No,
Right, councillor Ring.
two questions for you to the administration.
Certainly.
On page 9, Capital Budget Review, Statement Note 1 refers to $250,000 for construction of rural transfer station. Is this for Glen Davis? And there's also rephasing of $120,000 for West Bank House to 2024-25. Why has that occurred, and is it grant funding? It's in the quarter budget
Councillor
review.
Ring?
Sorry?
Just repeat that, please, if you don't mind.
On page 9 of the quarter 1 budget review, capital budget review, statement note 1 refers to $250,000 for construction of a rural transfer station. What I'd like to know is that for Glen Davis?
I'm sure it is. Mr. Trapp, thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. Yeah, so that money was for a primary rural transfer station to support, Glen Davis and the Cape Valley, not that sort of thing.
Okay.
Some plans have changed due to some unforeseen circumstances out there, but yes, that's essentially what it's for.
I understand why the plans changed. I just have people asking about it. I saw this in the report and I just wanted clarification. With respect to the rephasing of $120,000 of work for S Bank House, I'm assuming that's grant funding and it has to do with either planning and or not being able to get appropriate tradespeople.
Mr. Elwood, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Statham. That's correct, Councillor.
Okay.
So the works will be undertaken. It's also combining it over some works that will take place later this financial year and carry into next financial year.
No, thank you for that. The other question I have two more, sorry. On page 16, contracts budget review statement, there's no contractor mentioned for the hook lift truck. Is that because it hasn't been purchased yet, or?
Through you,
Mr. Gurney, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. As acting general manager last week, I approved a purchase order for the hook lift truck.
So it wasn't, when this report was done?
That's right.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. Yeah. The other one was on page 17, it talks about consultancies of $125,453. Now, the term consultancy, as General Manager reported, is for high-level information as opposed to a contractor. Could we get some information as to what those consultancies were?
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Mr. Gurney.
Through you, Mayor Statham. I'll take that one on notice, Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mr. Gurney. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Ring and Mr. Gurney. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Coleman.
Yes, thank you. I've got questions as well. On the bottom of page 80 of 97, it states, Council is currently awaiting approval of essential public asset restoration projects to recommence natural disaster works. Council must await approval to ensure that the cost of works is claimable. Is that in regards to Brown Gaps Road? Is that what we're waiting on, Mayor Statham, through to Mr. Edgecombe?
Mr. Edgecombe, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. In part, yes, the program is substantial. but Brownsgap Road is a significant portion of that.
Thank you. I have another question, please, Mayor Statham. On page 82 of 97, review of the 2023-24 Capital Works Program. Down under that, one of the dot points states Main Street CBD footpath revitalisation, phasing to be revised, may take out all but 2,000 K. That's the question I was asking before about pavers, you know, the slippery pavers. Is that included in that project, or where are we up with that? Mayor Statham?
Mr Edgecombe, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham, that's simply in recognition of the required extent of community consultation. So we understand that the community needs to be, and the business community in particular, needs to be well engaged as a result of the Main Street project, and the detail of that needs to still be worked through. So we're going to be commencing community consultation this month, but the outcomes of that aren't known yet. So once they are, we'll be able to quantify the extent of the impact. But in short, that project will involve the replacement of the pavers, replacement of curb and guttering, and green space improvements, but they may be pushed into the 24-25 year, depending on the outcomes of the community engagement.
Mayor Statham, if I may, just a follow-up question in regards to what Mr Edgecombe just said. In regards to consultation, is that all of Main Street, or is that just sections of Main Street, or is it all, like, do you know what I mean? What, are you consulting with residents, business people? How does that consultation look?
Mr Edgecombe, thank you.
There's no reason to limit it. We'll be consulting with the whole of the Main Street.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Thank you.
Just a question, thanks, Mayor. Through you, Mayor. Can I just confirm, for someone reading the report looking at a $15.1 million surplus, that's clearly not, it's clearly got funding embedded in that. If I could get an answer on the actual surplus, setting aside that disaster recovery funding.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Mr Gurney, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham, if we ignore the operating income, grant income for natural disaster claims, the projected surplus at the end of June next year would be $255,000, which is what we expected with the special rate variation.
Okay. And could I ask one last question? The removal of the Atkinson Street State Mine Gully Renewal Project, have we got a plan for how we fund that, given its interplay with the Gardens of Stone and an important tourism precinct?
Mr Edgecombe, thank you, Councillor Marnie.
Yep, through you, Mayor Statham. So this was a project originally devised in consultation and in conjunction with Public Works, and it was an outcome born from discussion with national parks relating to the need to funnel the predominant stream of traffic through the central Lithgow township with appropriate sign posting and wayfinding assets along the State Mine Gully Road. But we know that asset's not sufficient to carry great volumes of traffic. So we're continuing to advance that project as a requisite prior to the ongoing development of the Gardens of Stone project, and we hope for a successful outcome in levying funds to bring that project to reality.
Thank you, Mr Edgecombe. Anybody else wish?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I just want to ask a question through you to the administration. Has the contractors that done a lot of this work on roads and all that, have they been paid whatever they're owed?
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Mr Edgecombe, thank you. Or, sorry, Mr Gurney, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham, there's no outstanding invoices beyond the normal terms of payment for major contractor invoices.
Thank you, Mr Gurney. Anyone else wishing to speak? Right of reply, Councillor Bryce. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried, thank you. 10.5.6, the 27th, the 11th, 2023 to the 2022-23 annual report. Could I have somebody move this, please?
I'm happy to move it.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. I don't actually have any problems with the report. I do have a question in regards to the report. On page 86 of 97, it states in the report, major events included Halloween, Made in Lithgow installation for Cook Street Plaza, the Caravan Muster, the Union Theatre activation, Lithgow, and so forth and so forth. The question I have, and perhaps you can even answer it for me, Mayor Statham, are they planning anything for Christmas? There was a discussion of markets and such, or maybe a tree. I've been asked about that. Perhaps you could help.
Yes, Councillor Coleman. I have requested the tree on behalf of several business people go up in Pioneer Park this year. Pioneer Park is looking very lovely at the moment, and quite a few of the business people think it would be appropriate up there. I believe from the word at council is that it will go up there. I also push very hard to get the lighting around the trees. I believe as of today I've been told that it needs to have more of a business approach to it and not just go ahead and do it, so that we can get it done perfect rather than just not get it done up to scratch. What was your other question?
Markets. There was a discussion around markets at the Community Development Committee meeting, remember?
I did. I tried to get the markets, and today I've learnt that there is not a budget for that. So as far as I know, on the 16th of December, there will be carols in the park, and I'm disappointed with that, but maybe we should have thought about it earlier. So I suggest this year, when the budget is now to be renewed, we put that in place for a continued markets appropriate date close to Christmas.
I have another question, if I could please. At the bottom of page 86 of 97, it states, there was successful negotiations of voluntary planning agreements for renewable energy project with the 2 million funds to be used for economic transition and local infrastructure. Is actually what plans do we actually have for that money, or is it just gone into consolidated revenue?
Mr. General Manager, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
At this point, it expressed as a condition of consent on the battery at the Green Spot Wallerawang site, and we're having discussions. We've had just one discussion with the proponent, which is the Shell organisation, and we're co-designing at this point, particularly the construction of both of those funds, and all of that will come back to council for further consideration. But it's locked in as a legally binding condition with a $2 million contribution over 20 years in four instalments.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Anybody else? Councillor Bryce? Councillor Coleman moved this. You seconded? Councillor O'Connor.
Yep, I just have a question about the pipeline project, Clarence to Wallerawang. How's the expressions of interest going for getting a contractor and the tender process up there?
Mr. Trapp, thank you. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor.
Through you, Mayor Statham. The expression of interest process was quite good. We got a number of respondents. Not enough for us to be satisfied, unfortunately, at this stage. Of the respondents, we had a couple of really good ones, but not enough to really form a good amount to go forward with the second stage in the selected tender. So we're going to revisit it early in the new year, and then progress through there while we're doing some other works like the REF, still developing the business case and some other works associated with that project.
Thank you, Mr. Trapp and Councillor O'Connor. Right of reply, Councillor Coleman, if there's no other speakers.
I'd like
Councillor
to speak
Leslie?
I have major concerns with this report. The whole tenor of the annual report is to present the impression that the council is effective and competent. But the citizens of Lithgow know this is not true. I'll give you some examples. On page 56, diverse and affordable housing options are available for our residents throughout all life stages. This is just nonsense. This council effectively sought to undermine that statement. Councillor Marnie's notice of motion about trying to get some sort of housing seminar was just dismissed. On page 60, to conserve and preserve the natural environment whilst balancing the impact of development to ensure a sustainable and healthy community. This council refused to support the deletion of the West Lithgow precinct and supports the destruction of Lake Lyell and Mount Walker. On page 68, governance and leadership. Anyone who watches this council videos will know just how appallingly these council meetings are. Citizens in the gallery are insulted, councillors are shouted at, microphones are slammed shut, the terms of reference for committees are altered to limit council involvement and oversight, all designed to limit the influence and governance responsibilities of councillors. As I said, the whole tenor of this report is to undermine, is to try to pretend that the deficiencies of this council just do not exist.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie.
Mayor Statham,
Councillor Goodwin.
can I move that we put this motion?
Certainly. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Put the motion. Have a seconder. Yeah, I'm just looking here to see. You happy for it to? Yeah. All right. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you.
Call a division, please.
All those in favour say aye. Councillor, raise your hands, please. Councillor Bryce, Goodwin, O'Connor, Marnie, McGee, Statham and Coleman. Against, Councillor Leslie and Councillor Ring. So that's carried. Thank you. 10.5.7 Code of Conduct Statistics 2022 to 23. Could I have a mover? Thank you.
Happy the second.
Bryce, thank you.
There's not much to say about it except the $11,000 that was spent on sorting the code of conduct is it's a fair bit of money, but it is what it is.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Ring?
No comments.
Any comments?
Just one question.
Certainly, Councillor Goodwin.
In the number of complaints, it's got 1 from the community, and the number of complaints that have been finalised have got 3. I didn't understand the anomaly there. If we've only got 1 complaint, but we've finalised 3.
Mr Gurney, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Goodwin.
Through you, Mayor Statham, I would expect, but I will confirm this, and if there is a different answer, I will respond to councillors tomorrow, but I would expect that was matters from the previous year that were finalised in the current year.
Thank you, Mr Gurney and Councillor Goodwin. Any other matters? No. Councillor Bryce, right of reply? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. Council committee reports. Audit Risk Committee. Could I have somebody move this, please? Thank you, Councillor Bryce. A seconder. Councillor Goodwin. Any discussion on this? I'll put the matter.
Just a brief amendment. I just think there was a formatting issue. I think there's only 4 points and we ended up with 10. I just think it's...
Sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor McMahon.
My apologies. I think there's a minor formatting issue at the end. I think there's 4 recommendations or that the committee, and I think what's happened is they've used a numbering system and it's ended up with, yep. So it looks like there's 10 recommendations, but there's 4. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. The TALC Committee, the 2nd of November 2023. Could I have somebody move this?
I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce.
There was one item I'd like to draw the attention of councillors. It's raised in background and discussion, and I refer to Academy Street, Methven Street, Lithgow traffic island issues. I raise it because at the next TALC meeting this will come up again, and I suspect that I'll be in the minority of on the council, so we'll come back here, and I thought therefore give councillors a little opportunity to investigate on their own behalf. When travelling along Methven Street west, and especially in the afternoon, at some time of the year, the sun will be directly in your eyes. When you get to Academy Street, and someone wishes to turn into Academy Street, there's a traffic island with a sign saying "keep left." Now, if you're in Methven Street, you really don't get to see the wording on that sign. But you do see the plinth that the traffic sign is, that the post is on. Now, the plinth is approximately 30 centimetres high, and you do not see the road on the other side of the plinth. What you see is the gutter. So the plinth, in my mind, becomes part of the visual look. It's an optical illusion, in effect. It becomes part of the gutter. So the plinth travels for a bit and then stops. It's not very long. It's about 3 metres long. But then the motorist looks past the plinth and sees the gutter and assumes it's the same plinth. And the driver then, at a normal travelling speed, say 40 kilometres an hour, 30, 40 kilometres an hour, will turn, but turns into Academy Street on the wrong side of the road, does not go around the plinth. Not everybody sees this. I've asked a number of people and they've said to me, look, I can't see the problem there. There's a sign, you travel around it and whatever. But if only one person in 1,000 mistakes the plinth for the gutter, then you've got a reasonable chance of every so often of having a near miss. And I do know from a resident who lives very near that corner that there are a number of accidents where they've actually gone around halfway around, realised their error, tried to correct and basically bang into the traffic island. Now, I think something needs to be done about that, and I'll be raising this matter at the TALC. I raise it because I'm not certain that the TALC will necessarily agree with me, and I just ask if councillors, when they're travelling down Methven Street, just to check that, to see if I'm right, if you think there's a problem. If you don't think there's a problem, that's fine. If you do think there's a problem, then at least you've seen it firsthand, and you can make your own mind up when it does come back, if and when it does come back to the council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Councillor Bryce? Any other debate? Councillor Coleman?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Statham. I have a question, that's all. Down on the bottom of page 94 of 97, it states public toilet signage. Where's that? Where are they talking about? Because I haven't got into very much detail on the report. Can we just get an answer for that?
Mr Edgecombe?
Through you, Mayor Statham, I believe it was Cullen Bullen.
Thank you.
The sign was, if someone's travelling east at Cullen Bullen, there's one sign saying public toilets ahead, and then you get to the right turn where it is, but basically you go straight past it, and so you've got to come back. You've got to come back around. It's just a matter of repositioning the sign so that it's not confusing.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. If there's no more debate and Councillor Leslie doesn't wish for a right of reply, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous, thank you. Environmental Advisory Committee
Happy to
minutes of
move.
the 8th of, thank you, Councillor Marnie.
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Marnie?
I have to say this is one of the more productive meetings I've been part of, and a lot of things either coming to conclusion or some good opportunities there. I'm pleased about the asset management position for natural areas. I'm also pleased that a pathway has been drawn out for resolving Part 5 assessment issues. I thought that was well done, and I think, and also I thought the presentation from the Western Sydney Uni through Karen Purser was very valuable, and I attended a Bio-Blitz on Friday night in the rain, but it was very interesting. The enthusiasm of about 30 people who turned up still didn't let that dampen their spirits. So there's a lot coming out of this committee. So I take my hat off, and the standard is set. Mr. Elwood, you'll need to follow on with the success that's come to date. But it was a very pleasing meeting with a lot of good outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Anybody else wishing to speak? No. Councillor Coleman?
I was waiting to see if Councillor Bryce was going to speak because she seconded it, but she's not. No? No, okay. I just have a question on the bottom regarding the Natural Area Management Office position, which I know that Councillor Marnie has been very passionate about. Do we have an update? Is it where is that up to?
Mr. Elwood, thank you.
Through yourself, Mayor Statham. We're currently in the process of finalising the role for advertising. The expectation is it will be advertised prior to Christmas and carry through with the role closing later in January. That's the current program, and inherently we know that there's a fair bit of interest in this sort of a role, which is good for ourselves and hopefully is reflected in the calibre and the interest that we get.
Thank you, Mayor Statham.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood. Thank you, Councillor Coleman. If there's no other debate, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous, thank you. Is there any business of great urgency? No. Thank you, councillors, for the last meeting of 2023 and for the gallery for attending tonight and being patient. The meeting is closed at 11:10. I wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, a prosperous New Year and a healthy, happy time ahead for next year. Thank you. The meeting is closed.